Dear participants of the conference, we are glad to welcome you in our conference.
Good morning.
And let's start. The International Conference on Sustainable Futures, Environmental, Technological, Social and Economic Materials is a peer-reviewed international conference, the premier interdisciplinary forum for social scientists, life scientists, engineering and practitioners to present their latest research results. ICSF contributes to all aspects of sustainable development, focused on the intersection of sustainability, environment, the technology, and their larger implication for corporation, government, education, institution, regions, and society now and in the future. And now we start session Education for Sustainability, and I welcome you in our session, and we start our section. And the first author who present his article is Katerina Osachi and Natalia Shoemaker, and him article Artificial Intelligence, the Labor Market and Educational of Sustainable Development, the Points of Intersection. And now I share my screen. 1 second, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me present the findings of the joint research Artificial Intelligence, the Labor Market and Education for Sustainable Development, the Points of Intersection. The research was developed by Katerina Osacha and Natalia Shoemaker. The development of AI raises concerns about replacing human labor and automating work tasks, which will lead to the loss of jobs. Companies' expectations from employees are also changing. More and more vacancies require AI competencies. AI specialists top the list of fast-growing jobs. Approximately 75% of companies admit that they plan to adopt AI technologies over the next 5 years. And this situation is projected to lead to the losses of administrative positions as well as security or sales positions by 2027. The report Generative AI, How Will It Affect Future Jobs and Workflows raises questions that need to be addressed at the level of companies and business leaders, policymakers and individuals, such as workers, consumers, and citizens. At the same time, the impact of AI technologies on the labor market in terms of sustainable development education needs to be studied. Our scientific research aims to delineate the points of intersection between AI, the modern labor market, and education for sustainable development. To achieve the stated purpose of the research, we formulated the following research questions. Are there educational practices to reduce the risks of introducing AI into human activities for sustainable development? What are students' attitudes to AI technologies and their impact on the labor market? What pedagogical strategies can be offered to education for sustainable development to reduce the possible negative consequences that AI can bring to the labor market and the negative attitude of students toward AI technologies? To answer these questions, we set the following objectives. To analyze the risks of implementation of AI into the spheres of human activity and the proposals of scientists to reduce them in the aspect of education for sustainable development. Based on the surveying results with views of students from different universities and countries, to study the attitude toward AI technologies and their impact on the labor market. To propose pedagogical strategies to reduce the possible negative consequences of implementing AI technology in the labor market and the negative attitude of students who are future market specialists toward AI technologies for sustainable development. So for now, let's turn to the survey analysis. The survey spanned the period from the 24th of November to the 15th of January 2024. The survey involved 138 bachelor's and master's students from non-linguistic universities. Key findings indicate that students have expressed concerns regarding the impact of AI in the modern labor market. As a result, there is a need to address these concerns by implementing pedagogical strategies that help reduce them. Here are some of the main results of the survey. The analysis of students' answers to the first statement of the questionnaire shows that 53.6% of respondents emphasize equity disparities among people and the loss of jobs instigated by AI. The essence of the statement is this: when applying for a job among hundreds of applicants, I would prefer that humans conduct the screening and selection process to avoid unfairness and error. The analysis of students' answers to the second statement of the questionnaire shows that 65.2% of respondents expressed their worry about the potential displacement of jobs due to AI. After analyzing the feedback received from the student survey, we have come up with some compelling pedagogical strategies that we believe will be beneficial for higher education institutions. With these strategies in place, we are confident that students will be better equipped to succeed in their future careers. While formulating pedagogical strategies, we comprised possible consequences of AI application, such as a negative effect of AI on the labor market, risks of applying AI in all spheres of human activity, a negative attitude of students toward AI. We believe that the future specialists should be equipped with knowledge to embrace the potential of AI technologies. The pedagogical strategies encompass the use of AI-generated content in lessons and AI technologies to enhance higher education institutions' information infrastructure. These strategies are designed to not only mitigate the negative consequences of AI, but also to harness its potential for the betterment of the educational system. Pedagogical strategies involve the implementation of AI-related technologies in all disciplines of professional preparation of future specialists at higher education institutions, adding to educational programs the disciplines that allow teaching students with the use of AI technologies, the use of AI-generated content in lessons, assigning tasks that will require AI technologies to exploit. AI technologies are used to improve the information infrastructure in universities. We propose the pedagogical strategies rely on the recommendations of the Artificial Intelligence competency framework for higher education institutions. We formulated the planned results that can be achieved when universities and teachers meet the conditions for applying the pedagogical strategies to mitigate the negative attitude of young people toward AI technologies. We considered the aspects of sustainable development while formulating the planned results. These aspects are well thought out and matched with the sustainability awareness diagram. As a result, we complete the diagram entitled Visualization of the Effects that may result from the use of the pedagogical strategies for education for sustainable futures. When implementing pedagogical strategies, it's important to consider the 5 dimensions of sustainability. The first dimension is social. To achieve sustainability in this dimension, we need to focus on the education and social exchange that aims to enhance the skills required to use AI technology in future professional endeavors while promoting a better understanding of the ethical considerations involved in the use of AI technology in professional activities. The second dimension of sustainability is the user. This dimension includes the personal experience of using AI in both professional activities and everyday life, improving the level of professional competence in the AI sphere, and the ability to use the knowledge of AI effectively in day-to-day life. The third dimension of sustainability is environmental, which involves sustainable enterprise management, sustainable business practices, and sustainable resource management. The fourth dimension of sustainability is economic. This dimension is characterized by 2 factors: cost effectiveness for enterprises and the economic impact. Cost effectiveness for enterprises promotes the practical work of employees and saves money that would otherwise be spent on their training. This leads to increased profitability of the enterprise. The economic impact refers to the impact on the country's economy through the growth of the enterprise's profitability. The fifth dimension of sustainability is technical. It includes 2 important characteristics. First, the technical safety issue, which deals with ensuring the safety of technical systems and equipment. Second, compliance with the General Data Protection Regulation. So let's move to conclusions. This research work is a unique exploration of the complex interplay between AI technologies, the labor market, and education for sustainable development. We delved into the unexplored territory of the commonalities among these factors, offering a comprehensive analysis of the multifaceted impacts of AI implementation on employment dynamics. The study's novelty lies in its emphasis on the need for pedagogical strategies that align with principles of sustainable development. This is all the information I wanted to present to you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, we thank you for the interesting report. and we invite everyone to take part in the discussion. Who has a question for the speaker? Okay, everyone can ask question in the chat, and if you know question, I have questions. So in the well-prepared presentation, you characterized to well thought out pedagogical strategies considered the AI competency framework for higher education institutions. So what are the key characteristics of the AI competency framework for higher education institutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So let me answer the question. The Artificial Intelligence Competency Framework for Higher Education Institutions has several key characteristics. It includes comprehensive coverage of competencies across three main domains: technical, business, and human. The framework also integrates technical competencies with a focus on ethics, highlighting its importance in education. Additionally, it can be customized by different specialties and is aligned with sustainable development goals. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question. How can the negative perception of AI in the labor market be mitigated?
So I would say that by applying pedagogical strategies that are aimed at mitigating young people's negative attitude toward AI technologies, by ensuring that their professional training includes mastering relevant competencies, particularly those in the technical domain for IT professionals. Such approach considers aspects at sustainable development and visualizes the potential positive effects that are in line with the sustainable awareness diagram elements. Thank you very much for your questions. Good questions, really.
Okay, maybe someone want to ask the questions? Okay, I want to remind that everyone can ask question in the chat. And now we invite the next author to the speak. Alexei Bonder, I hear. I don't see Alexei Bonder, but I know that he must be, and we now listening with report. 1 second, please.
Good day, everyone. My name is Alexei Bonder. I represent Kryvyi Rih Pedagogical University, Department of Social and Mass Communications in Ukraine. Today, I want to present our research work with my research supervisor, Professor Alla Lobanova, Sustainable Consumption in Times of War, Needs, Values, and Possibilities. Firstly, I'm honored to present you our humble work in the contemporary world where this topic is getting more and more significant. However, it's precisely during such challenging times that the need for sustainable practices becomes even more crucial. And war brings a myriad of disruptions, not only to the social and political fabric of societies, but also to the environment and resources upon which we depend. In times of conflict, the imperative to prioritize immediate needs often overshadows consideration of long-term sustainability. Let me explain briefly and quickly the relevance of our work. The large-scale invasion of Russian Federation forces into the territory of Ukraine, which commenced on 21st February 2022, has halted the realization of the sustainable development concept in the country, and it has significantly altered the structure and nature of both industrial and household consumption across virtually all sectors of the economy and social groups. And the war has nearly decimated 1/3 of Ukraine's economy and radically transformed its economic and geopolitical issues. Sustainable consumption is conventionally regarded as an approach to resource utilization aimed at meeting the needs of contemporary society, wherein the long-term resilience is maximized while minimizing adverse impacts on the environment, economy, and society. Its fundamental concept lies in the ensuring present needs without depriving future generations of resources and opportunities to satisfy their own needs. The issue of sustainable consumption is the subject of research by both foreign and Ukrainian researchers. I can quickly explain who from the researchers and scientists influenced on our work. Tim Jackson, with his book Prosperity Without Growth: Foundation for Economy of Tomorrow, a renowned economist specializing in sustainable development. Haider, Shannon, Mostis, the scientific paper titled Exploring Sustainable Consumption and the Role of Marketing. So we can mention some Ukrainian researchers, Pachkovsky and Maximenko, Ecological Consumption, involving the rejection of aggressive chemicals in household management, waste, recycling, and preference for environmentally friendly products. Researchers Kwokop and Mohammed identified 27 proposed definitions of sustainable consumption between 1997 and 2020, while Dolan referred to various perspectives on sustainable consumption, highlighting the absence of a universally accepted standard definition. According to international environmentalists, sustainable consumption should ensure the satisfaction of basic needs and better quality of life for current and future generations. Achieving sustainable consumption requires the pursuit of building pro-social and pro-environmental systems. This can be conceptualized through the most agreeable characteristics and aspects. Firstly, satisfaction of basic human needs. Secondly, priority of life quality over material standards. Thirdly, economizing consumption. And last but not least, concern for future generations through responsible, efficient, and considerate consumption. Moreover, we believe that it's important to include social and environmental safety for consuming choices. And of course, minimization of waste and pollution. And we can mention also an important aspect of reflection on our previous and future actions in choosing different goods. We assert that the principle of sustainable consumption, traditionally characterized by the triad reuse, reduce, and recycle, is crucial and constitutes an integral part of the strategy for sustainable development and effective resource management. The fundamental idea, this principle, is to mitigate the environmental impact of consumption and preserve resources for future generations. And now let's explain the principle of rethinking, how it can serve as a complement to other principles, reminding us the need for constant analysis and improvement of our consumption habits and production approaches. The full-scale invasion of Russian forces into Ukrainian territory, accompanied by active combat operations in the temporarily occupied territories, has dramatically transformed the nature of both production and domestic consumption, as well as the consumer behavior of the population at large and specific social groups. This transformation stems from the economic downturn, rising inflation, and the devaluation of the national currency in the early months of the war, resulting in a sharp reduction in the incomes of the population and increasing prices for goods and services. Consequently, the majority of Ukrainians began economizing their savings, purchasing fewer goods of various kinds, and seeking for more affordable products. Here on the slide you can see some statistics from the graduate research studies in 2023, which shows that the changes in consumers' buying habits. For example, it includes buying actually different things for household goods, going to the restaurant, and other items that people can buy. Looking at this slide, distribution of responses to the question, how do you assess the change in the indicators during 2022 compared to the period before February 24, 2022? We see the percentage of Ukrainians specified, so the frequency of purchases has increased offline by 11% and online 14%. And the frequency of purchases has decreased by 50%, it's half, and 46%, almost half. The amount of expenses has increased by 24%, and online almost the same, 25%. And the amount of expenses has decreased by 47% and 46% respectively. So we see that actually the assets which people actually buy changed, and in some way even dramatically. As for categories of goods on which Ukrainians were saving, we can see different goods that Ukrainians were saving on. Definitely medical products, 47%, children goods, tactical gear, it's can be double purpose goods, food products, electronics and household appliances. For sure, the highest in rating is leisure and entertainment outside, alcoholic beverages and cosmetic products. And somewhere actually just a little bit lower, but again quite important, is purchasing prepared food, clothing and footwear, household goods and chemicals. We make a conclusion that 50%, almost 47% of Ukrainians were saving on very important things such as medicine, goods for kids and tactical gear. The impact of full-scale invasion on Ukrainians' shopping activity. You can see here two colors, yellow and green. Yellow means it reduced, and green shows that it increased. And you see that dining out at restaurants and cafes reduced by 80%. Cooking at home reversibly actually increased, and we see that increased more than 50%. Visiting movie theaters and concerts reduced seriously, more than 80%. Meeting with friends and family also has some changes. It's actually about reduction, and the same reduction we see in visiting public places outdoors and using public transport. Using taxis, we see that before it was actually not so obvious, but now we see it was reduced too. And watching TV and streaming channels almost didn't change and stays at 30%. In the context of Russian-Ukrainian war, consumption in both the production and household spheres has undergone significant changes. As you see, we have shifts in the population's needs, with decreased demand for branded products, entertainment services, cosmetics and perfumes, alcoholic beverages, visiting to restaurants, bars, cafes and entertainment venues, and a sort of respondents reducing expenditures on food products. The financial capabilities of the population to provide for themselves and their families with certain goods significantly decreased, as a significant portion of Ukrainians began financially supporting the armed forces of Ukraine. Re-evaluation of the value of goods with a focus on the ability to preserve health, especially for children, and protection from danger such as shelters. Formation of new consumption values at the individual level such as environmental consciousness, responsibility for personal choices, minimalism, and an orientation towards the prolonged use of goods. Some changes in the understanding of the value of goods and the prioritization of rational and responsible choices. The affirmation changes in consumption, needs, values, and opportunities during the wartime period in Ukraine. It led to the conclusion that consumer practices, both involuntary and consciously, are acquiring a crucial characteristic: sustainability. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your interesting report. Одну хвилинку перейду на українську мову. Так, у нас зараз повітряна тривога, прохання всіх, хто відповідно знаходиться біля критичних об'єктів, перейти в відповідно укриття, але ми маємо нашу секцію продовжувати. And that's why we thank you for the interesting report, and we invite everyone to take part in the discussion. Who has questions for the speaker? Okay, first of all, I write the question in the chat. Maybe you see, maybe not. I repeat. How does the Russian-Ukrainian war influence consumer behavior and sustainable consumption patterns? Thank you.
So thank you very much for your question. I want to say thank you for everyone who listened to our presentation. I can explain the way how it influenced. So firstly, we have to say that the Russian-Ukrainian war has significantly impacted consumer behavior, and I could say it's thrown sustainable consumption patterns just into some kind of flux. So we have reduced spendings and prioritization, like focus on essentials, like shifting priorities, especially economic uncertainty due to inflation and potential job losses. It led to cautious approach. And of course, disrupted supply chains and sustainability efforts, which we observed today, and the problem with that is only deepened. Availability concerns, like sustainable efforts on hold, and of course, evolving some dynamic of sustainable consumption, like we have potential for long-term shift. I mean, like the war could like heighten awareness of resource limitations and the importance of self-sufficiency. Maybe an obvious example could be the attitude to water resources after Kakhovka Dam explosion. Many people started really thinking about that water is unlimited resource, and it's limited, and actually it can be influenced even by geopolitical factors, not only by natural factors. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question. What are the moving dynamics of sustainable consumption amidst the Russian-Ukrainian war? And we have one more question later.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I've in the presentation I mentioned that how it affected and how it influenced. I could say that the point of that, if I understand the question, was about clarify once again the sample size of Ukrainian surveyed yes and age groups on the basis of which the following conclusions were drawn. Okay, the conclusions were drawn. I will explain on what it was drawn on the actually survey made by a research center called Gradus. And they posted their survey, if I remember, last year, and we used their data to interpret these results. And we will actually explain this point that we have a few interpretations. So all age groups were included, starting from the age of 18, of course. It's not about minors, it's about majors, if you talk about this question. And one more question, do you have any educational programs for the consumers? Actually, we do not have direct programs for the consumers, but we have educational programs for raising awareness and environmental consciousness with students in our university, because in our department, we often talk about, not only talk, we often work at the field of environmental awareness or consciousness, and we work with sustainable development in our city, because we live in an industrial city, and our city is a part of international programs which are involved into environmental development. That's it.
Okay, yes, thank you. And
Yes.
if now don't have a question, we invite the next author to speak. The next author is Oksana Klitschko. Oksana Klitschko, I see you. And now I start the video. 1 second, please.
Dear colleagues, dear conference organizers, thank you for the opportunity to present the report. Dear colleagues, we would like to bring to your attention a report on the topic Digital Modeling of the Ecophilic Tendencies of University Students' Consciousness. The authors of the study are Oksana Klitschko, Vasily Fedorets, Alexander Sharygin, and Vasil Kaplinsky. At present, for relevant interrelated and interdependent strategies can be identified in education, actualization of human potential, innovation, humanization, and actualization. She implemented on the basis of student-centeredness, partnership pedagogy, value-based education, competence-based and activity-based approaches. Accordingly, we comprehend the leading importance for future of the ecologisation of education and pedagogical science and practice, which are crucial in the formation of Homo ecologicus. Ecologization is primarily aimed at developing ecophilic tendencies of student consciousness, which are considered as ethical value, semantic, and emotional value foundation of Homo ecologicus. A relevant aspect of ecologic transformations of consciousness in the development of focus not only on oneself, on the S, but also in the S in the future literacy. The purpose of the study is to digital model ecophilic tendencies in the consciousness of university students. In our research, the methodology of modeling ecophilic tendencies of university students' consciousness was developed through the integrative application of mathematical and informatics approaches, as well as the use of methods of ecology, anthropology, and humanities. For example, to determine the optimal number of clusters in the datasets. We use the Hubert index and its graphical representation, hierarchical clustering with words minimum variance methods, words D and words D2, and its visual representation, distance matrix, and visualization based on it. According to the Hubert graphical methods, the optimal number of clusters is determined. The Hubert graphical method was implemented using the R language in the POSIT cloud environment. The NB class package was used. The Euclidean distance measure was used and an argument to calculate the different matrices. The graphical method based on the distance matrix was implemented using the R language in the POSIT cloud. In order to determine the cluster of objects, we used two clustering methods, k-means and canopy. Hierarchical clustering with word minimum variance method, word D and word D2, was also used to diagnose the optimal number of clusters. For this purpose, a distance matrix was constructed using the Euclidean distance measure. Words linkage in calculated as the within cluster sum of square within cluster inertia. The distance DC between clusters X and Y after their merging, and characterized the increase in the error sum of squares, ESS, when two clusters are merged at each step. We used our own methodological developments, namely the Fedorets questionnaire for determining ecophilic tendencies of consciousness. The study, which was conducted in 2021-2022, involved 166 university students, including teachers undergoing advanced training. Ecophilic tendencies of consciousness are aimed at actualizing anthropological strategies for achieving the goals of sustainable development not only through technological progress, but primarily through changes of human behavior, which is based on the formation of environmentally oriented human qualities. This determines the need to model ecophilic tendencies of consciousness. We have developed a definition of the concept of ecophilic tendencies. Ecophilic tendencies of consciousness are a system of intentions oriented of consciousness, values, meanings, attitudes which are manifestation of biophilic dimensions of human nature. Let's analyze the result of the Federer's questionnaire for determining ecophilic tendencies of consciousness, presented in Figure 1 according to each question of the test. The answer yes, make as 1 in the diagram, is represented by the highest percentage of responses to all the questions in the questionnaire. It reflects the lowest intensity of a positive response in almost all the questions studied. The percentage yes answer is approximately 50% with a range of reactions of about plus minus 10%. At the same time, the lower intensity of positive response combined with a significant number of people who have it about half, and directly indicate is instability of the existing ecophilic tendencies of consciousness. In addition of the answers to question Q8, I feel sorry when all trees are cut down that might still be growing, and Q9, it is painful for me watch the each being convert in concrete and asphalt without any organ in it. Negative answers amount 31.3% and 33.7% respectively. In order to determine the groups of students according to the degree of manifestation of ecophilic intentions and values, we will apply cluster analysis. Let's determine the optimal number of clusters in data set that represents the result of testing. In the process of applying the Hubert index, the results are presented in Table 1 and Figure 2. According to Table 1, according to the majority rule, the number of cluster 3 received the most proportional is 14. There were 4 also proportional of the number of cluster 2, and according to Figure 2, the index plot a significant near in observed at the number of cluster 3. According to Figure 2, the index second difference plot, the significant peak is also observed is the number of cluster 3. As a result of using hierarchical clustering based on Worth's minimum variance method to diagnose the optimal number of clusters, the results are shown in Figure 3, Figure 4, and Figure 5. The selected clusters in this figure are highlighted by red frames. Thus, according to the results of hierarchical agglomerative clustering based on Worth's minimum variance method, based on visual analysis and consideration of possible interpretation of the clusters in Figure 3, Figure 4, and Figure 5, it was found that clusters 2, 3, and 4 can be more clearly distinguished. Let's analyze the visualization of the results of dividing objects into groups based on distant matrix computation. Please look Figure 6 and Figure 7. As a result of analyzing the visual representation of the division of objects into groups, we can conclude that in Figure 6, 3 groups of objects can be clearly distinguished, although some objects are located on the border of cluster 3 and 2. In order to not lose unique clusters of data that are grouped into respondent groups based on the results of testing in accordance with the specific features of the degree of manifestation of ecophilic intentions and values, please look Figure 7. The number of classes 3 and 4 was chosen for the study. Thus, it has been established that the optimal number of clusters into which is recommended to divide the object of the test results using in our study is 3 clusters, Table 2. In order to lose the unique clusters of data that are grouped into the respondent groups based on the result of testing in accordance with the specific features of the degree of manifestation of ecophilic intentions and value, the number of clusters 3 and 4 was chosen for the study. we will use the k-means and canopy methods of cluster objects. Let's analyze the result of dividing the data of the test results into 3 clusters using the k-means method. The result of dividing the object into 3 clusters using the k-means method are presented in Table 3 and Table 4. Cluster 1 contains 30% of data, which is 50 instances. Cluster indicates the presence of a rather stable ecophilic orientation of consciousness. Cluster 2 was formed on the basis of the answers of 70 people, 42%. The cluster represents a group of people who have an ecophilic orientation of consciousness with a low degree of intensity of manifestation, as well as those who have no or no ecophilic orientation of consciousness. Cluster 3 contains 28% of the data, which amounts of 46 instances. The cluster relevance the presence of a rather stable ecophilic orientation of consciousness with a high degree of intensity of manifestation. Let's analyze the result of dividing the data of the test result into 4 clusters using the k-means method. Table 5 and Table 6 show the result of distribution of objects into 4 clusters using the k-means method presented in Table 6. The presence of a fairly significant set of objects, 28% of people forming cluster 2 and accordingly having stable attendance of ecophilic consciousness and the transitional group represented by cluster 3. 5% of all represents. For the object of cluster 1, 42% and cluster 4, 25% we consider the strategy of equalization relevant, of which the leading aspect of the idea of harmonization aimed at constructing at the mental level a harmonious and existentially oriented interaction with the environment and revealing the cognition of the higher meanings of Gaia S and biophilia. In the process of applying the canopy method, the division of objects into 3 clusters did not give optimal results in terms of interpretation. So, the study presents the division of objects into 4 clusters using the canopy method, see Table 7 and Table 8. The algorithm assigned 76 data instances to the cluster 1, which is 46% of the answers. This cluster reflects the dominant group. At the same time, into this group, the dominant ecophilic intentions and values are characterized by the lowest degree of manifestation or intensity. Therefore, we consider them unstable. Cluster 2 contains 25% of data, which is 42 instances. The cluster reveals a rather stable ecophilic orientation of consciousness with a high degree of intensity of manifestation. Cluster 3 was formed in the basis of answers of 36 people, 22%. At present, the group of people who have both or an ecophilic orientation of consciousness with a low degree in intensity of manifestation and people who have no or low level of ecophilicity. In conclusion, the cross-cutting idea in these studies is the importance of psychological, value, cognitive, and behavioral factors in the development of environmental awareness and behavior, which largely overlaps with the interpretation of the results of our study of ecophilic tendencies of consciousness. Accordingly, we point out the importance of the existential and harmonizing aspects of equalization, which can be presented as a purposeful strategy. The obtained models for dividing objects into 4 clusters are similar, which indicates the effectiveness of the k-means and canopy algorithm with such data structures and confirms the adequacy of the constructed cluster structures. These models are dominated by clusters with a slight development of ecophilic tendency of consciousness, 42 to 46%. The ecophilic clusters, 25 to 28%, with a medium and high level of ecophilic tendencies of consciousness, is defined as the system organization 1. In quantity terms, this feature is quite significant, indicating the formation of stratum of model individuals who are active carriers of the ecological idea. which is relevant for social culture ecological transformation. The transitional clusters 5 to 7% is also defined, which indicates the presence of ecological potential in the cluster with the lowest level of ecophilic tendencies of consciousness. This is line with the ideology of the Sustainable Development Goals aimed in unlocking human potential. University students are dynamic and socially active group, and accordingly, they can act as agents of environmentally oriented changes in the social, cultural, professional, and scientific dimension. Therefore, an important social and social psychological aspect of modeling ecophilic tendencies of consciousness is the analysis of the formations of these tendencies in university students with the corresponding development of ecologization strategies. The results of the study of ecophilic tendencies of consciousness are taken into account in the development of strategies for the ecologization of higher education students. Two directions of ecologization and conceptualized, which can be simultaneously represented at the same level, existentially harmonizing and aesthetically harmonizing. The existentially harmonizing direction of ecologization is largely reflective, existentially cognitive, internal directed, and oneself, and improved, largely directed on oneself and self-knowledge, and contextual as well as connected with the subconscious dimension of the psyche and the collective unconscious. The aesthetically harmonizing direction is dominated by external and introverted, directed to the outside world, emotional and cognitive orientation. It is both rational and emotional. At the methodological and metacognitive levels, the process of ecologization is structured in the basis of the above directions, existentially harmonizing and aesthetically harmonizing, and is used to develop ecophilic tendencies of consciousness, in particular of future mathematics teachers, students of informatic technology, and improve the health-saving competence of physical education teachers, is a system of which the ecological aspect is a significant factor for health preservation. Dear colleagues, the report is over. Thank you for your attention.
The use of digital technology.
Thank you for your report, and we invite everyone to take part in the discussion, and everyone can ask the question in the chat. Okay, I have one question. Please tell me, how does the integration of digital, mathematical, anthropological, and psychological methods contribute to the modeling of ecophilic tendencies in university students' consciousness? Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana Anatolievna, for your question. The result of the study of ecophilic tendencies consciousness we are used to formulate and implemented strategies and practice of greening, as well as to develop environmental competence and soft skills students. It is more important soft skills university students in our time, and in educational process of higher education, of secondary education, including education in the field of information technology, teacher training, and postgraduate education. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one more question. What are the implications of the clustering analysis using Cummins and canopy methods for understanding ecophilic tendencies in the consciousness of university students, particularly in relation of sustainable development goals and human potential? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The topic in our research is digital modeling, and with this digital modeling, for this digital modeling we use two methods. This method for time and another research studies is good, very good method to analyze structure, the development consciousness, and with the K-means and canopy methods, we have, I think, more good structure these 4 clusters. One cluster is very high ecophilicity, very high understanding the problem environment and the problem not only greening, this is problem ecologization, problem development with people, with team. Now this is important soft skills. And 2 clusters we have transit, middle level, and need the developed ecophilic tendencies, and 1 clusters, this is not high level ecophilicity, and have ecophilicity and ecophobias, and these methods with good have a good picture, have a good structure, using for us how to search the way, the solution, this problem solution. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Maybe someone who want to ask the questions? Okay, if no questions, thank you. And now we invite the next author to speak. The next author is Tatiana Komarenko, and his article, The Use of Digital Technologies in Educational in the Context of Sustainable Development of Society. And I now share my screen. My second, please. This is yes.
Technologies in education in the context of sustainable development of society. Tatiana and Vasily Komarenko, Kryvyi Rih State Pedagogical University, Ukraine. The problem statement. One of Ukraine's sustainable development goals is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all citizens. Therefore, it is important to develop the professional skills and pedagogical competence of teachers to prepare future generations to achieve the sustainable development goals through education, particularly through the digitalization of education. With the introduction of martial law and the unstable security situation in Ukraine, a significant number of higher and secondary education institutions have been forced to switch to online or blended learning. This has become a serious challenge for many participants in the educational process. Many studies have shown significant educational losses caused by the inability to fully conduct classes. This has revealed serious shortcomings in the pedagogical integration of ICT, raising awareness of the need to develop digital competencies for each of the participants in the educational process. The appropriate use of digital technologies is necessary to promote educational practices that contribute to sustainable development. Research methods. During 2021 to 2023, we monitored the use of digital technologies by mathematics and computer science teachers during their internships in educational institutions in the Kryvyi Rih district in a blended learning environment. A survey was also conducted on the use of online tools by math teachers during professional development courses. A total of 86 teachers responded to the questionnaire about the use of digital technologies during this period. The purpose of this article is to highlight the state of use of digital technologies and innovative approaches by teachers in the Kryvyi Rih district in the context of blended learning and sustainable development of society. The use of video materials and interactive tools. Among the popular platforms and tools that are most often used, YouTube is the most frequently mentioned. 100% of respondents use the lessons they have found that are appropriate. 43% said they periodically create or upload their own lessons to YouTube. Teachers, lecturers record live online lessons in Zoom 48.8%, Google Meet 14%, or Microsoft Teams, which can be used for later review. To create video lessons, including interactive demonstrations and graphs, teachers often use the GeoGebra dynamic math system 37.2%. Virtual whiteboards. Teachers, lecturers widely use virtual whiteboards, such as Jamboard, CleverMaths, and Zoom to prepare and conduct online lessons. Some teachers reported positive experiences with Miro, Unanote, and Edru virtual whiteboards. The online collaboration tool Padlet is widely used 40.7%. use of virtual simulations, workshops, and laboratories. Teaching mathematics in the context of sustainable development of society is relevant in the context of STEM education, successful mastery of future specialties, etc. Among the popular platforms, we note PhET interactive simulations and GoLab. We consider the scientific and theoretical foundations of immersive technologies in teaching mathematics, as well as methods of using the AR book application. Using these platforms, you can personalize the educational trajectory of each student. Specialized programs and tools for teaching math. Ukrainian teachers most often use the visual and interactive platform GeoGebra to study specific math topics. The results of the survey are shown in the figure. Game technologies for learning. Game platforms are a convenient tool for creating educational games aimed at consolidating math knowledge. 61.6% of teachers reported using Learning Apps exercises, 19.8% WordWall, 16.3% Kahoot, and 7% Mentimeter. Appropriate gamification ensures personalization of learning by adapting content and tasks to the individual needs of students. Use of platforms for collaboration and exchange of ideas. Google Workspace is popular among teachers, lecturers. 73.3% prefer Google Meet for online lessons. 82.6% use the free version of Zoom. Use of e-learning systems. Google Classroom, 82.6%, is used most often in secondary education institutions as an integrated part of Google Workspace. Education departments and a significant number of Kryvyi Rih schools cooperate with the Ukrainian educational technology company Human. Tracking the progress of students and providing feedback through assessment systems should be an effective way to develop them and improve the quality of education. Conclusions. The problems of developing and using video materials and interactive tools, virtual simulations, workshops, and laboratories in teaching are considered. The issue of using game technologies for learning is highlighted. The use of platforms for collaboration and exchange of views between students, as well as the use of e-learning systems, is analyzed. The successful use of digital technologies in education will ensure the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Research perspectives. In the future, in the context of ensuring the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, it is advisable to explore the prospects of realizing the potential of artificial intelligence technologies in education and increasing public trust in them, particularly in the training of future teachers of mathematics and computer science. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, we thank you for your interesting report, and we invite everyone to take part in the discussion. Who will have the question for the speaker? Okay, if no questions, let's meet. Well, first question, what digital technologies are you used in educational? Thank you.
Прошу ще раз повторити питання.
What digital technologies are you proposed to use in educational?
Я написала, що я можу відповісти українською, так, а напишу відповідь в чат англійською. Насамперед, нас цікавило питання, як забезпечується рівний доступ усіх здобувачів освіти під час навчання в умовах воєнного стану. І ці дослідження ми почали проводити ще під час введення карантину під час коронавірусу. І зараз продовжили ці дослідження насамперед під час проведення студентами виробничої практики. І так, насамперед, це мене хвилювало те, що під час проведення уроків учителі не в повній мірі використовують віртуальні дошки, графічні планшети, і ми насамперед звернули на це увагу наших студентів при підготовці до виробничої практики і до того, що якраз саме на те, щоб пояснити дистанційну математику, потрібно використовувати віртуальні дошки і також при поясненні використовувати графічні планшети. Певною мірою нас здивувало те, що вчителі не записують уроки під час проведення, тобто не записують уроки, хоч можливості в Zoom і в Meet, якщо там можливість є записати уроки. Чим це пояснюється? Пояснюється тим, що тоді учні не так розкриті для спілкування, і працюючи через мережу, вони можуть не відповідати на питання, особливо знаючи, що їхні відповіді будуть записані. Тому ми звертали увагу на те, що все-таки варто було б записувати уроків для того, щоб в умовах нестабільного інтернету, тому що дуже багато уроків втрачається через повітряні тривоги, і учні мають значні освітні втрати. Тому ми звертали увагу насамперед, що доцільніше не тільки добрати потрібний урок в мережі, але і записувати уроки під час проведення навіть в синхронному режимі дистанційно.
Okay, we thank you, and I ask you to answer the question in the chat in English, please. Okay, thank you, and now we continue, and the next report is Anastasia Popova, and his report, Inclusive Culture in Ukraine Higher Education Institution for Sustainable Development. Anastasia Popova, are you here? Anastasia?
I will be present
Okay, thank you,
or
thank
answer
you.
for the questions.
Thank you. I will share screen. 1 second, please.
Good day, dear colleagues, organizers, and attendees. Today, I will be presenting research titled Inclusive Culture in Ukrainian Higher Educational Institution for Sustainable Development. The modern world recognizes quality education as a fundamental right for all, regardless of personal or societal differences. As globalization progresses, it's crucial to develop effective strategies for an inclusive educational environment, ensuring everyone's rights and opportunities in education. This enhances competitiveness and personal potential. In higher education, creating an inclusive culture is vital for sustainable development, particularly with the ongoing war in Ukraine, which has disrupted education for those in occupied areas, urban zones, and among displaced or deported individuals, increasing the vulnerability of these groups. The modern higher education system must quickly adapt to challenges by cultivating an inclusive culture based on diversity, quality, fairness, and barrier-free access. This culture should guide the policies and practices of institutions, promoting a community where collaboration and interaction foster a more open, tolerant, and inclusive environment, ensuring the achievement of key objectives such as support and promote diversity, ensure fair treatment and barrier-free access, develop a collaborative community focused on providing a conducive environment for attaining higher education. But despite legislation frameworks, implementing inclusive education in Ukrainian HAES is progressing slowly, requiring a comprehensive approach, including components such as readiness of HAES, action plans, support system. According to this study examined the readiness of Ukrainian HAES to build an inclusive culture. Our research methodology entailed a cross-sectional analytical study based on the inclusion index by Booth and School, adapted for higher education. The questionnaire was meticulously designed, including 15 closed questions across 2 sub-criteria, community for cooperation and inclusive values, with results obtained from 821 respondents. The result of responses regarding the perception and evaluation by staff of the educational space as a community for cooperation are presented on the slide. According to the results, it's possible to summarize the key indicators in particular. 38.1% of respondents indicated their HACE is always open to diversity. 41.9% state their HACE always provides a friendly community for collaboration. 37.9% of respondents believe their HACE is always barrier-free. 1.9% feel their institution is never barrier-free, highlighting accessibility concerns. 1.7% think their HACE is never comfortable or safe, indicating issues that require urgent attention. 49.8% feel their institution always creates a friendly environment. 43.7% feel always like part of the community, through a small fraction, 0.4%, feel disconnected. 40.3% believe their HACE always embraces diversity and considers everyone's need. 42.8% note always mutual respect and assistance among students, teachers, and management. 42.4% affirm that their HACE always exemplifies a democratic society. 0.5% believe their HACE never does, revealing gaps in promoting democratic values in some institution. This slide presents the results of the perception and evaluation by management, academic, and support staff of inclusive values in HACE. According to the result, 40.2% of employees perceive that their HACE always promotes diversity values in the community. 55.8% feel their HACE always fosters respect for human rights. 51.5% observe that their HACE community always shows equal respect for everyone. 53.2% believe their HACE always opposes discrimination. 55.9% note that their HACE always stands against bullying. 56.5% of respondents feel their HACE always promotes nonviolent interactions and conflict resolution. 47.1% believe their HACE always support the community mental health and well-being. These responses indicate a robust commitment to creating safe, supportive, and nurturing educational environment. The data highlights concern within HACE. 0.4% of respondents believe this institution never promotes diversity, and 0.5% think they never respect human rights, indicating gaps in addressing these areas. Additionally, 0.7% feel HACE never combat discrimination or bullying. Furthermore, 0.9% and 0.5% of respondents respectively know that HACE failed to support nonviolent interaction and mental health, underscoring the improvement in creating supportive environment. This slide presents the result of the average values for the subcriteria Community for Cooperation and Inclusive Values. This slide compares two key subcriteria in higher education institution: Community for Cooperation and Inclusive Values. For Community for Cooperation, 71.5% of respondents view HACE as inclusive, providing equal opportunities for diverse groups. However, 24.5% believe this institution often prioritizes the majority, and 4% see them as lacking inclusivity in cooperation. Regarding inclusive values, 76.6% of respondents feel their HACE champion diversity and inclusion effectively, while 20% recognize their importance but not a lack of supportive condition. Another 3.4% find that inclusive values are frequently ignored, suggesting a need for strategic changes. This analysis underscores the crucial areas where HACE can chase their strategic initiatives to better promote an inclusive academic environment. Our next step should aim at addressing these disparities and reinforcing our commitment to inclusivity in all aspects of higher education. The general perception of inclusive culture in HACE through the eyes of management, academic, and support staff indicates different readiness levels for building an inclusive culture in the educational environment. The indicators of each are presented in the slide. This shows that some of the staff of HAYS do not perceive the existing educational space as a safe, friendly, and inclusive educational environment and recognize the need for systematic changes to improve the inclusive culture in HAYS. Drawing from our analysis, we've pointed key areas needing for improvement, which encompass enhanced support for mental health, strengthening the sense of community and belonging, upholding democratic principles. Additionally, we've identified promising opportunities for development, which include active promotion of diversity, enduring barrier-free access. Analyzing the inclusive culture in Ukrainian higher educational institution reveals a multi-faced picture of inclusion as perceived by management, faculty, and support staff. Most respondents view HAYS as inclusive and catering to special educational needs. Neutral and negative perception reveals gaps where individuals' needs aren't always considered. But although diversity and inclusion are valid, a significant gap exists between policy and practice, necessitating strategy assessment and adaptation. These findings underline the importance of higher education institutions adopting inclusive policies and integrating an inclusive culture into their daily operation to address identified gaps. This approach is critical for fostering a fair, diverse, and supportive educational environment for all participants, especially vulnerable groups. While the study focuses on Ukrainian HAYS, its implications extend globally, emphasizing that promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion is crucial for sustainable development in education worldwide. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, well, thank you for your interesting report, and we invite everyone to take part in the discussion. Who has a question for the speaker? Okay, if no questions, I have a question. The first question, what specific strategies of initiatives do you recommend for Ukrainian higher education institutions to address these areas and future enhance their inclusive culture? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Today we work on this issue. We have a project that name Inclusive Learning Environment in Higher Education Institutes. And it was our first step to understand where we are. So we had two focus groups. Today we present the perception and evaluation by staff. And also we had results from the students, how they see our learning environment in our universities. So we will conduct this strategy that will include policies and inclusive practices that we will use in our daily work with students. So it's our future, and I hope that we will have possibilities to present these results after approbation at your conference.
Thank you. And I have one more question. In your article, you say that highlight the importance of inclusive educational culture in allusion with contributing to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So could you provide some example of best practice of or successful innovation implemented by the Ukrainian higher education institution with Ukrainian National Sustainable Development Goals? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. Of course, the most important goal for this research is quality education, because quality education is about inclusion. Actually, our education, higher education, needs to be open for all students. So it's probably the best of the best if we can achieve this sustainable goal. And the next goal that is really crucial for our nowadays situation is mental health, because there are a lot of students, including staff in general, that have war trauma, and we need to do something in our culture and in our policies, and have evidence-based practice how to build such learning environment that will be supportive for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Maybe
Thank you so
someone
much.
want to ask the question too. Okay, we no questions. So we thank you for your answers and your efforts. Interesting here.
Thank you so much.
Now we go the next article. In the next authors is Sergei Kovachev, Yana Сычикова, yes?
Yes.
Olena Kryvyi, Hanna Mutzik, and Anastasia Popova. His report on education for sustainable future, how to attract Ukrainian youth to nanotechnological specialists. And now I share my screen. 1 second, please.
Hello, colleagues. Let me present you our report, Nano Education for a Sustainable Future, how to attract Ukrainian youth to nanotechnological specialties. Nanotechnology, an interdisciplinary field manipulating matter at the nanoscale, has become the foundation of modern scientific and technological achievements. Its relevance spans various domains, including medicine, energy, and military technology. The significance of nanotechnology in fostering a sustainable future is paramount, particularly in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. However, despite its evident importance, there is a noticeable discrepancy in Ukraine between the demand for specialties in nanotechnology and the youth interest in studying nanotechnology. This gap is a critical issue, considering the potential of nanotechnology in shaping a sustainable future and enhancing defense capabilities. Understanding this lack of interest is crucial for developing strategies to attract more youth to nanotechnological specialties. Methodology. Data from the Unified State Electronic Database on Education Issues was analyzed for analysis the dynamics of enrollments and graduation in specialties involving nanotechnological training. The analysis was conducted over 2020, 2021, and 2022. Enrollment and graduation in the following specialties were analyzed: applied physics and nanomaterials, material science, and micro and nanosystem engineering. A focus group study was conducted to understand reasons for the unpopularity of nanotechnological specialties among Ukrainian applicants, forming 3 separate groups among students studying in different disciplines. First group is students studying in the field of natural and technical sciences. Second group is students studying in the field of humanities. And the third group is students studying social sciences. Analysis of enrollment. Figure 2 presents information about the number of enrolled students and the graduates for 2020, 2021, and 2022 for these specialties. We can state that the demand for the specialties applied physics and nanomaterials, material science, micro and nanosystem engineering is deficient. For comparison, let's provide the top specialties by the number of applications submitted among law, computer science, philology, management, and psychology. We can see that the gap is colossal. The top specialties show several applicants, hundreds of times more than non-technological specialties. Analysis of the unpopularity of enrollment in non-technological specialties based on focus group results. Analysis of factors influencing specialty choice. However, across all groups, awareness of non-technological specialties was low, highlighting the importance of early exposure in shaping academic and career decisions. Analysis of familiarity levels with nanotechnology in focus groups. Common trend, limited familiarity across all groups with natural sciences students showing relatively higher awareness. Barrier to attraction, lack of comprehensive pre-university exposure identified as a significant obstacle to attracting students to nanotechnology field. Comparative analysis of perceived career prospects in nanotechnology. Lack of detailed awareness indicates need for improvement in educational and career counseling services. Potential influence. Providing detailed information about nanotechnology careers could impact students' decisions, particularly those in natural sciences. Analysis of the influence of social and cultural factors on the choice of specialty for education. Complexity of decision-making. Contradictory responses highlight individuality and the complexity of decision-making processes. Importance of tailored approaches. Interventions to influence study choices should consider diverse factors and individual motivations. Exploration of economic considerations in decision-making. Varied role of economic factors. Influence varies across disciplines with financial considerations alongside personal interests and career aspirations. Need for nuanced understandings. Recognizing how economic factors intersect with individual motivations is crucial in guiding academic choices. Factors determining the unpopularity of nanotechnology education in Ukraine. In summary, the study illustrates that the decision-making process for selecting an educational field is multifaceted and influenced by various factors. The complexity and individuality of these processes underscore the need of a tailored approach to addressing the unpopularity of nanotechnology specialties. Addressing only one factor in isolation may not be sufficient. Therefore, a comprehensive strategy that considers all these factors collectively is essential to attract more students to nanotechnology fields in Ukraine. Specialties in the field of nanomaterial science for achieving the goals of sustainable development. This scenario in Ukraine mirrors a more significant global challenge. As the world enters a new phase of technological development characterized by rapid advancement in nanotechnology, there is an urgent need to align educational priorities with the industry's future demands. This misalignment is not just a Ukrainian issue, but a global concern. As developing a skilled workforce is emerging technologies is crucial for a sustainable future. A sustainable future necessitates a workforce skilled in emerging technologies like nanotechnology. Thus, addressing this educational gap should be a priority at national and global levels, requiring collaborative efforts across government, academia, industry, and society. Recommendations for increasing the popularity of nanotechnology specialties. Addressing this issue should be a priority at the state level, involving a multifaceted approach. In this slide, you can see some recommendations for categories such as government, Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, and universities. These recommendations aim to collectively addresses issues of awareness, education, and career prospects in nanotechnology, creating a robust ecosystem that encourages and supports students in pursuing careers in this vital and promising field. Conclusion: the study has highlighted the significant gap between the current state of nano-education and the burgeoning industry demand for nanotechnology expertise, emphasizes the pivotal role of this field in driving sustainable development and bolstering national defense, particularly in the context of Ukraine. Key findings from this investigation point to a need for heightened awareness and understanding of nanotechnology at the pre-university level, improved communication regarding career prospects in the field, and tailored economic incentives to make nanotechnology education more accessible and appealing. The study also recognizes the nuanced influence of social and cultural factors on educational choices, suggesting the need for personalized and community-centric approaches to promoting nanotechnology. Recommendations for government bodies, the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, and universities aim to create a robust ecosystem that nurtures interest and talent in nanotechnology and aligns educational outcomes with the nation's strategic objectives and the global technological landscape. We would like to thank the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine for support and funding our research. And thanks for your attention.
Okay, we thank you for your interesting effort, and we invite everyone to take a part in the discussion. Who was asked the question? Okay, we have no question. I have question. Your study highlights the need for a multi-phased approach to increase the popularity of nanotechnology education among Ukrainian youth, including integration in nanotechnology concept into school curricula, promotion career opportunity, and providing financial incentives. Could you elaborate on specific strategic or pilot programs that Ukrainian educational institutions or the government could implement to address the recommendations effectively? Thank you.
If I understand your question, you ask me about strategy, yes, for implementation of nanotechnology.
Yes, and yes, all pilot programs in Ukrainian educational institutions.
I'm sorry, my English is very bad.
You can write answer in the chat if you don't can answer in the speech. Yes, you can answer in the chat. I write your question in the chat. My question. Sorry.
Yes.
And second,
write my. Thank you.
Okay, I write to the chat my questions for you. Okay, and we will let's go to the next topic. And next the next author is Igor Tverdohlib, Oksana Klochko, Alexander Sharegin, and others, and his article, Collaborative Learning in the System of Training Future Information Technology Specialists as an Educational Strategy for the fundamentalization of the sustainable development of education. And now I share my screen. 1 second, please.
In this study, we review sustainable development in education, which is aimed at creating a system in which future professionals gain knowledge and skill necessary for the development of sustainable and responsible community. One of these skills is communication skills, social interaction skills, the ability to collaborate and solve problems collectively. One of the approaches in which students work together in groups or teams to solve tasks and problems is collaborative learning. Collaborative learning can contribute to the sustainable development of education because it promotes the development of critical thinking, tolerance, and the ability to work together on global problems. In collaborative learning, students can better understand the importance of sustainable development by working together on specific tasks and projects, including IT projects that are related to the ecology, economy, society, etc. Therefore, collaborative learning can contribute to the training of professionals who understand the importance of sustainable development and have the skills to collaborate to achieve the goal. The review of scientific studies shows that they pay little attention to the description of the methodology of using collaborative learning in the training of future IT professionals. So the purpose of this study is to find out the place and significance of collaborative learning in the structure of professional training of IT students and the impact of its use on the development of student skills of interaction and effective teamwork, students training for team programming in the context of the implementation of sustainable development goals. In this research, we used a system of methods, among which the most important were systemic, problematic, targeted, and ecological, to understand the place and importance of collaborative learning as one of the ways to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Pedagogical, social, psychological, to reveal the phenomenology of group work which is used in the collaborative learning. Cognitivistics, to understand the phenomenon of collective and individual minds. Autopoiesis, to analyze the phenomenon of collaborative learning as socio-biological and cognitive phenomenon. Psychological, to analyze group dynamics and the phenomena of internal and external motivation in the process of implementing collaborative learning. The questionnaire method was used based on the development of our questionnaire. Analysis, statistical, to analyze survey results. NLP, digital modeling, data visualization. To analyze the survey results, we used analysis methods, statistical method, it's Wilcoxon Signed-Rank test, analysis of standard deviation and mean values, NLP methods, digital modeling, and data visualization. Research results were processed using Google Sheets, Google Collaboratory, and the Python programming languages. Natural language processing was implemented using the Python programming language and NLTK open source library. The data, this is the source on slide 4. It is the survey questionnaire which we used in our research. The data were statistically processed using the Wilcoxon Signed-Rank test. It was used to find out whether there is a statistically significant difference between the respective estimates of the impact of cooperative learning and collaborative learning on the development of students' teamwork skills. We formulate the following hypothesis. H0. The intensity of typical shifts is statistically significant at the level of significance alpha less than W does not exceed the intensity of atypical shifts. And hypothesis H1 is also shown on this slide. Depending on calculation in formula 1 as first, second, and third, we accept H1 or H0 hypothesis. In this study, we reviewed how collaborative and cooperative learning can be used in training sport programming teams. It often happens that in sport programming team, each team member specialized in a certain type of task. An example of cooperative learning would be a process in which each team member works on the tasks that best suit their knowledge. That is, team member M1 develops a solution for tasks T1 on a computer. Team member M2 develops an algorithm for solving task 2, and M3 works on task 3. Team members work on their own parts, and collaboration between them is minimal. Below, we can say about some examples of how cooperation described above can be transformed into collaboration. While team member M1 is programming test T1 on the computer, team members M2 and M3 work together on the algorithm for task 2. Team member M1 writes the code to solve problem T1, while M2 monitors this process. At the same time, M3 works on the algorithm for task 2, etc. We suggest the following stages of preparation and for competitions in team sports programming. It's formation of the team, defining the roles and fields of specialization of each participant, and training. The process is usually not linear. At any stage of the process, there may be a need to return to the previous stage, and it may be iterative. The process is shown on slide 6. We conducted a survey of IT lecturers from different universities, and 42 lecturers participated in this survey. As a result of the analysis of lecturers' answers to the question, what do you understand by cooperative learning, based on the frequency distribution of keywords, it's on the left image. It was found that the key characteristic of the contents of the concept of cooperating education for respondents are teaching based on cooperative work in a small group. The frequency analysis of lecturers' answer to the second question, what do you understand by collaborative learning, based on the distribution of keyword, is shown on right image, and it showed that the key characteristic of the content of the concept of collaborative learning for respondents are learning work of students in a small group based on collaborative, who have different abilities and cooperate together to solve problems on complete project tasks. We found if there is a statistically significant difference in the respondents' assessment of the impact of cooperative and collaborative learning on the development of students' teamwork skills. For this purpose, we will use the Wilcoxon assigned rank test. For these purposes, we also filled a table shown on this slide. On slide 9, there are calculations which shows why hypothesis H0 is accepted. On slide 10, it is shown that the mean values of the impact assessment of cooperative and collaborative learning do not differ significantly. However, based on the values of standard deviation, we can say that the scores of collaborative learning on average fluctuate less relative to the mean than the scores of cooperative learning. That is, they are more homogeneous. Regarding the use of cooperative and collaborative teaching methods by respondents in educational practice, the following data were found on slide 11. We explain this distribution by the fact that cooperative learning is more traditional and established, and therefore is used more often. Collaborative learning is relatively new, innovative, and aimed at unlocking the potential of the individual in the process of joint activities. The distribution shown in this graph indicates the dominance of auditory classes in lecturers' educational practice is shown on this slide. We believe that this distribution is a manifestation of an established tradition in which collective learning dominates both in actual and contextual formats. First part of slide 13 indicates a rather significant effectiveness of collaborative learning in solving relatively simple tasks. It is typical when using group work methods. It's well known that in a group, simple tasks are performed more efficiently than in an individual. Second part of it indicates a fairly significant effectiveness of the use of collaborative learning in solving relatively complex tasks within team programming. Compared to the previous graph, which shows the effectiveness of solving relatively simple tasks, this graph indicates a slightly lower efficiency in the implementation of complex tasks. This reflects a well-known phenomenon, the essence of which is that working in a group does not always contribute to the effective solution of complex intellectual and creative tasks. Slide 14 indicates that a significant aspect of collaborative learning in the formation of effective goal setting and understanding of the tasks that can be viewed as technology-oriented problematization. First part of slide 15 reveals the emotional aspect of collaborative learning in the format of effective interaction in the group. Effective emotional interaction helps to consolidate the group, develop goal setting and communication, and form a collective mind. Second part of the slides shows the phenomenology of effective cognitive interaction in the group, which is quite high. This indicates that collaborative learning contributes to the disclosure of individual intelligence, the formation of a collective mind, and intellectual communication, which ultimately manifests itself in the effective solution of intellectual problems. The next slide shows a fairly significant percentages characterizing the development of the common values in the group activities. These values are relevant because they represent an axiology basis that determines the consolidation of the group, its focus, goal setting, ethics of activity, and ultimately the effectiveness of solving intellectual tasks assigned to the group. We can conclude that based on the conducted theoretical and practical studies, it can be said that collaborative learning, which is implemented in the format of group work, is at the same time personalized, psychologized, intellectualized, and socio-psychological. The innovativeness and democratization of collaborative learning makes it possible to organically and synergistically integrate the individual and collective mind, and accordingly to obtain significant educational, creative, and intellectual effects when it's applied. Thus, the use of collaborative learning in the process of training future IT specialists provides an opportunity to share knowledge and experience among team members, which allows for faster learning and development, to improve communication skills and the ability to work in a team, increase the motivation and involvement of each participant in the learning process, and to receive feedback and correct mistakes in the learning process, and therefore potentially improve the results that the team achieves. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, we thank you for your report. And now we invite everyone to ask the questions. Who want to ask the questions? Okay. If you know questions, I have a question. Your article discusses the importance of collaborative learning in fostering skills such as teamwork, critical thinking, and problem solving, which are essential for sustainable development. Would you provide specific examples or case studies from your own experience where collaborative learning activities or project directly contributed to developing these skills in information technology students? Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your question. Yes, we have a couple of examples in our experience. It can be example of training of students for sports Olympiad programming. So this method helps us to build the team and build links between team members, and it leads to increase of results which this team can achieve in programming Olympiads.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question. One of the case findings from your service was that while many lecturers recognize the benefits of collaborative learning, its practical implementation in preparing students for team programming competition remained limited. What are some of the potential barriers or challenges that lecturers might face in incorporating collaborative learning methods into their curricula, and how could this be addressed to facilitate a wider adoption of such practice? Thank you.
Thank you. I can say that a couple of our charts demonstrates that collaborative learning is more traditional and established, and that can be a barrier for some lecturers not to use collaborative learning because it's more innovative and require more skills from lecturer or teacher to use it.
Okay, thank you. Maybe someone want to ask the questions? And I see the answer for previous introduction. Thank you for your answers. And thank you, Alexander Sharygin, for your
Thank you
answers.
very much.
And we now, let's go to the next report is Evgeny Goncharenko. Evgeny here, yes, I see you. And his article, Mathematical Model of the Business Process of Higher Education Institutions based on Ontological Analysis. And now I share a screen. 1 second, please. Okay. Model, mathematical model. Okay.
Good day, everyone. My name is Evgeny Goncharenko, and today I will present you a mathematical model of the business process of higher education institutions based on ontological analysis by Sergei Semerykov, Olena Gorda, and Evgeny Goncharenko. The university education system serves as the main means of preparing high-qualified professionals capable of creative perception of rapid changes in economic activities. The market is equally oriented towards the direct customers of higher education services, students, and the buyers of labor, enterprises, and institutions. In a market-based economic system, ensuring the profitability of higher education institutions becomes relevant through business process management. Higher education institutions face the same challenge as commercial structures to be competitive, to operate economically efficiently, and to prepare qualified professionals who meet the requirements of the modern labor market. Studying business processes to improve the efficiency of higher education institutions involves understanding and modeling all business processes, building a strategy that contributes to the growth of all indicators with a clear assessment of acquired knowledge and the effectiveness of the institution's overall functioning. Formalizing and modeling the management business process enables making managerial decisions for the effective administration of the higher education institution. Ontological modeling is the process of constructing, developing, processing, and using the ontology of a specific subject area. Mathematical models in ontology are formalized description of the subject area using mathematical concepts and methods. They enable the representation of knowledge about the subject area in the form of formal structures which can be used for the analysis, comparison, and forecasting of various aspects of this domain. Mathematical models in ontology describe concepts, the relationships between them, and the rules of inference that define logical connections and laws according to which the subject area operates. A mathematical model of a data integration system based on ontology will make it possible to directly use the obtained data for practical tasks in accordance with a formal model. Issues related to the optimality of organizing business processes should be considered only as a certain graph analytical basis for analyzing the educational, scientific, economic, and other activities of higher education institutions. Flexible description of the semantic relationships of terms, integrity constraints, rules of logical derivation. A business process is a sequence of behavior within the organizational structure that forms a system and has the function of achieving a goal. Business processes in higher education institutions are divided into core processes. Core business processes of higher education institutions include the process of university faculty activity oriented towards students, based on the knowledge models in business processes in higher education. You can see a representation of them on this slide. Auxiliary processes. These processes result in auxiliary outcomes of educational activities that add value constrained by costs but do not ensure revenue generation. Auxiliary processes designed to support the vital functions of core and auxiliary processes. Management processes. These processes encompass the entire range of management functions at the level of each business process and the overall business system. Development processes. These processes involve improving the produced educational service, technological development processes, and innovative processes. On this slide, you can see the structure of the organization of the business process of education in higher educational institutions. Education system in higher education institutions can be described by formula number 1, where we have specialties, disciplines of higher education institutions, programs of disciplines, requirements for specialties, business process of higher education institutions. Levels of education in higher education institutions can be described by formula number 2, where we have students, bachelor's degree students, master's degree students, postgraduate students, and duration of study. Education seekers can be described by formula number 3, where we have applicants, instructors, students who have resumed after academic leave, initial training level, final training, and competency level. You can see a representation of business process system of higher education institutions on the last figure. As you can see, we have our education system, and in input we have our education seekers and instructors. In other words, the workers of higher education institutions. And on the output, we have our levels of education. Taking into account all of the above, it can be concluded that the use of this mathematical model of ontology in business forms an optimal structure of business process for higher education institutions, specifically in pedagogy.
I understand that we lost our conference speaker.
Maybe the blackout over there.
Maybe.
We'll move further. Or the speaker should switch on the presentation online. А доповідач тут присутній? Може він включить презентацію?
Так, звичайно, я тут,
Ну так
але
чого ви сидите?
Мені видається, що у нас немає права доступу.
Адже він може share screen тут є. Давайте з того
У когось
слайду
право доступу точно є. Мені здається, що передалося, можливо, пану
У вас активна
Євгенію.
кнопка Share Screen, активна кнопка, можете її, ваш екран розшарити.
У мене
або у кожного є своя доповідь.
Так.
А чи
Ні, в мене, наприклад, я не можу. Це комусь
Dear
просто
colleagues, I'm
передати.
sorry, we have some technical issues. Tatiana Anatolievna tried to connect in some minutes. For a 10 or 2 hours, I will try to be with you as a temporary session chair. So the last talk was with it seems to be my co-authorships. Is the video talk finished successfully, or we need to retry this video talk?
We were
we
on
need
the
to
middle.
retry.
Oh, так, I'm sorry. 1 minute, I will try to start this video again. Так. After I will got some session chair facilities. 1 minute, I'll change my account.
Probably after the host leaves the meeting, this rights like is mine now, so probably I could give them to you.
Excellent. Could you please to make me a session host? Use the
Already done.
Thank you. So I will try with this session to continue. Dear colleagues, are you here this video presentation? Thank you.
I see, but I don't hear.
Thank you. 1 moment, I will try again.
Good day, everyone. My name is Evgeny
the
Goncharenko, and today I
of
will
the results
present you a
slide,
mathematical
and
model of the
it's
business process of higher
minute
education
7,
institutions based on
maybe
ontological
something like
analysis
that.
by Sergei Semerykov, Olena Gorda, and Evgeny Goncharenko. The university education system serves as the main means of preparing high-qualified professionals capable of creative perception of rapid changes in economic activities. The market is equally oriented towards the direct customers of higher education services, students, and the buyers of labor, enterprises, and institutions. In a market-based economic system, ensuring the profitability of higher education institutions becomes relevant through business process management. Higher education institutions face the same challenge as commercial structures: to be competitive, to operate economically efficiently, and to prepare qualified professionals who meet the requirements of the modern labor market. Studying business processes to improve the efficiency of higher education institutions involves understanding and modeling all business processes, building a strategy that contributes to the growth of all indicators with a clear assessment of acquired knowledge and the effectiveness of the institution's overall functioning. Formalizing and modeling the management business process enables making managerial decisions for the effective administration of the higher education institution. Ontological modeling is the process of constructing, developing, processing, and using the ontology of a specific subject area. Mathematical models in ontology are formalized description of the subject area using mathematical concepts and methods. They enable the representation of knowledge about the subject area in the form of formal structures which can be used for the analysis, comparison, and forecasting of various aspects of this domain. Mathematical models in ontology describe concepts, the relationships between them, and the rules of inference that define logical connections and laws according to which the subject area operates. A mathematical model of a data integration system based on ontology will make it possible to directly use the obtained data for practical tasks in accordance with a formal model. Issues related to the optimality of organizing business processes should be considered only as a certain graph analytical basis for analyzing the educational, scientific, economic, and other activities of higher education institutions. Flexible description of the semantic relationships of terms, integrity constraints, rules of logical derivation. A business process is a sequence of behavior within the organizational structure that forms a system and has the function of achieving a goal. Business processes in higher education institutions are divided into core processes. Core business processes of higher education institutions include the process of university faculty activity oriented towards students, based on the knowledge models in business processes in higher education. You can see a representation of them on this slide. Auxiliary processes. These processes result in auxiliary outcomes of educational activities that add value constrained by costs but do not ensure revenue generation. Auxiliary processes. Processes designed to support the vital functions of core and auxiliary processes. Management processes. These processes encompass the entire range processes results in auxiliary outcomes of educational activities that add value constrained by costs but do not ensure revenue generation. Auxiliary processes. Processes designed to support the vital functions of core and auxiliary processes. Management processes. These processes encompass the entire range of management functions at the level of each business process and the overall business auxiliary outcomes of educational activities that add value constrained by costs but do not ensure revenue generation. Auxiliary processes. Processes designed to support the vital functions of core and auxiliary processes. Management processes. These processes encompass the entire range of management functions at the level of each business process and the overall business system. Development processes. These processes involve improving the produced educational service, technological development processes, and innovative processes. On this slide, you can see the structure of the organization of the business process of education in higher educational institutions. Education system in higher education institutions can be described by formula number 1, where we have specialities, disciplines of higher education institutions, programs of disciplines, requirements for specialities, business process of higher education institutions. Levels of education in higher education institutions can be described by formula number 2, where we have students, bachelor's degree students, master's degree students, postgraduate students, and duration of study. Education seekers can be described by formula number 3, where we have applicants, instructors, students who have resumed after academic leave, initial training level, final training, and competency level. You can see a representation of business process system of higher education institutions on the last figure. As you can see, we have our education system, and in input we have our education seekers and instructors. In other words, the workers of higher education institutions. And on the output, we have our levels of education. Taking into account all of the above, it can be concluded that the use of this mathematical model of ontology in business forms an optimal structure of business process for higher education institutions, specifically in pedagogy. This forms the basis for further description and formalization in the form of regulations, which are fundamental for implementing a process-oriented approach to management. A perspective for further research is the development of effective ways to implement the activity model of higher education institutions based on a process approach, including testing and experimentally verifying the effectiveness of the management model. It should be noted that the constructed model allows for associating and representing at the most general level the resources of applicants, the resources of teachers, and the administrative resources of higher education institutions aimed at obtaining various levels of education. Thus, the constructed model can serve as a representative of the category of mathematical models of the ontology of business process in higher education institutions and specialize in examples by defining specific types of function that enter into it. The following tasks were investigated and addressed in this study. Ontological analysis of modeling business processes in higher education institutions based on document flow, utilizing a structural approach to explore the fundamental business process of higher education institution. An analysis of the structure, functions, and information flows for organizing and managing educational activities in higher education institutions was conducted using a structural approach. Competence, which integrates the characteristics of the quality of the graduate, is the category of educational outcome. In fact, there is a transition from employment management to competence management. The use of an ontological model for the interaction of subjects and objects in the semantic search system ensures the reuse of its knowledge components, provides the user with a clear understanding of both the system capabilities and its behavior, and allows for the assessment of the system's level of intelligence.
Okay, we thank you for your report, and now we invite everyone to take a part of discussion. And who have a question? Okay, if you know question, I have a question. One of the key objectives of your research is to optimize business process in higher education institutions for improved quality of service delivery. Could you provide some practical example of case studies where your mathematical models approach has been applied and discuss the challenges encountered during implementation for your research? Thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say that that it was not done yet. As I said in the discussion of the results, we are searching for a way to integrate this mathematical model in our development. So it's only for now, it's only as an example or something like that.
Okay, thank you. Maybe someone want to ask the questions? Okay, if you no questions, we coming to next article and next authors, the Olena Grichenchuk, Lещенко Maria, Oksana Ovчарук, Sergei Trubachov, and Snezhana Trekos, and his article Ensuring Sustainable Development through the use of digital educational hubs for teaching the real education at schools. And now I share my screen, 1 second.
Dear participants, let me introduce the topic of the research, Ensuring Sustainable Development through Digital Educational Hub for Civic Education. Our research highlights the experience of implementing digital hubs to support civic education to ensure sustainable development. Our research questions are the role of the digital hub as a modern tool of the educational environment, how digital education hubs support civic education at school, how teachers can use resources, how teachers in Ukraine and other countries use digital tools for teaching civic education, the importance of the professional development of teachers. The Digital Educational Hub is an online learning platform that provides students and teachers with electronic resources, educational materials, and tools to enhance their knowledge and develop their competencies. This platform creates an environment that promotes professional development and the implementation of innovative practices. We investigated the experience of using educational hubs supporting civic education at schools in Ukraine and European countries. The International Communication Union and the United Nations Development Programme adopted the Sustainable Development Goals Digital Acceleration Agenda. This agenda emphasizes the powerful impact of digital technologies, both positive and negative. The digital environment is important for students as it ensures stability and access to learning and involves students in the educational process. Environmental education is a harmonious part of civic education, contributing to pedagogical and social mobilization strategies, developing scientific, civic, social, and emotional competencies, and strengthening harmonious relations between children and youth in society for sustainable development. Active citizens must have political and civic foresight to contribute effectively towards building a sustainable society in harmony with nature. The best educational experience of using digital educational hubs for the implementation of civic education is important and can be applied to the further development of digital education. The hub should provide organizational and pedagogical conditions. It is organized to support learning, the development of ideas, and the exchange of experiences, creating connections with people and their associations. This contributes to the creation of innovations and the implementation in education, project activities, professional and personal self-development, and self-improvement. The hub brings together all participants in the educational process, including different subjects. It offers tools for creating and using educational materials on smart boards, tablets, in the form of topic-based calendars, or on its free digital platform. Members of the hub can create their own digital calendars, share experiences, and utilize resources from other hubs. The digital calendars cover a wider range of subjects such as history, geography, languages, media literacy, biology, technology, and civic education. Civic education is implemented in different European countries. Here, this is example of Netherlands and Belgium. For example, the topics Netherlands memories dedicated to the events to the Second World War. The cities of Netherlands are depicted in the calendars. Digital calendars can be used by students and teachers. These calendars contain interesting facts related to a certain city of the Netherlands or Belgium, have photo thematic blocks that can be discussed by students. The creation and deployment of educational hubs is also inherent in Ukrainian education. This is associated with the impact of the educational environment of such factors as the rapid development and penetration of digital technologies into educational process, the need to switch to remote forms of education during the COVID-19 pandemic, and limiting access to school infrastructure in wartime. In 2020, the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine initiated the creation of a network of digital educational hubs across the country. These hubs were established in libraries and other public places and were equipped with computer and internet access. Educational institutions train teachers, carry out teacher training, and involved in the process of creating hubs. The list of the hubs you can see on this slide. I would like to stress that few educational programs focus on developing civic competence. You can see on the slide the examples of some hubs and resources dedicated to civic education. 3D Democracy, Citizens Workshop, Education Platform We Live in Democracy, and Democratic School. The result of our study is the vision, author's vision of a digital resource hubs to support civic education. Therefore, the digital resource hub of civic education may include the following resources: manuals and methodological recommendations on civic education, bank of ideas, innovations, online networks, domestic and international, which is very important, access to participation in civic educational projects, students' initiatives, portfolios of teachers and students, questionnaires, tests, monitoring tools, platforms for communication, and for exchange of experiences among colleagues, students, and parents. The author's vision of a digital resource hub to support civic education is presented in the main components: digital tools, resources, and activities that are aimed at support civic education, to create and use an infrastructure of resources for practical education activities and self-improvement. In the conclusion, I would like to stress that digital educational hubs to support civic education are a relatively new phenomenon in education, and this is related both to significant quarantine period I mentioned already, and wartime period. Turning to the issues of civic education and education for sustainable development, it should be noted that Ukrainian school programs do not provide separate subjects from these topics, and civic education as a separate subject is studied for only 1 year in 10th grade. Among the recommendations we propose such positions. It is important to provide the tools of the digital educational hubs with free access for all organizations for distance learning and the opportunity to join to the educational process for all those interested. The functioning of digital educational hubs should be focused on the development of civic competence and, in the same time, a digital competence. Since a civic education is an integrated component of school curricula, it is worth paying attention to such important aspects as the continuous professional development for teachers regarding the use of digital tools for social science subjects. Equally important is the technical support of digital educational programs, a popularization these programs among parents and schools heads. The perspective of further research can be realized in the field of ensuring scientific and methodological support of digital sustainable education in schools. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your interesting report. And now we invite everyone to take a part of discussion. Who want to ask the questions?
May I pose a question?
Yes, please.
I'm deeply grateful to Professor Ovcharuk and other authors for sharing their knowledge of digital educational hubs for teaching civic education at schools. I'd like to know if there are any other investigation on the problems of implementation of civic education at schools.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I'm glad to see you all and to answer to your questions. Nina, thank you very much for your question. I would like to see that civic education researches are not popular in our country. The last survey that was conducted in Ukraine, it was in 2013 on civic education in Ukraine. But we have associations, international associations and organizations who conduct surveys on different subjects, including civic education skills of students as an integrative part of different subjects. And it is not taught in all countries by one model. There are different models. As I was mentioned in my presentation, in Ukraine, we have only as a separate subject civic education only the 10th grade. But now we adopted the new Ukrainian school syllabus and programs and standards, and civic education should be taught as an integrative part of the subject. And I do hope we will see the results of civic education knowledge and skills of students in the future PISA tests. So the picture is, we have a lack of such investigations and studies. So we only can use international comparative education studies to search for data on different countries and different students as an integrative part of different subjects, as it is taught in different countries. I will also to mention that we have also organizations who are interested to conduct such studies and who are working in the slide you saw the hubs for civic education. So they conduct small studies for the audience that they work with.
Thank you very much. We do hope. Thank you.
Yeah, we hope to.
Thank you. And I have one more question. So too. One of the key recommendations from your research is the creation of a network of digital educational hubs focused on civic education in Ukraine. How do you envision such a network of functions, and what will be the roles and responsibility of different stakeholders in establishing and sustaining this network? Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana, for your question. It's a different, it's a challenge for our education policy stakeholders. We should promote we should promote to create such civic educational hubs and resources, which is systematized, should be systematized, connected with each and another, with maybe coordinated by some organizations, but our recommendation was firstly to put more attention to the professional development of teachers, of school heads, and of those who is responsible from education policy in our country. So to put this in action plans and etc. Because as our schools are partially work distantly and remotely, such hubs should improve to promote civic education in our schools. That is a decision, maybe.
Thank you for your answer. Maybe someone wants to ask the questions. If you now have questions, thank you for your interesting report and your answers. And
Thank you very
now
much.
we thank you. Yes, and now we go to this next article, and next authors is Takwin Mahmoud from Indonesia, and his research, Students and Plagiarism, a case study of plagiarism checker use at university in North Sumatra. And now I share my screen. 1 second, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here and meet all of the other participants at 5th International Conference on Sustainable Future Environmental Technology, Social and Economic Matter. Today, I would like to present my study about student and plagiarism, a case study of plagiarism checker used at university in North Sumatra. This study is the preliminary study and part of my recent project for 2024 and 2025. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Takwin Mahmud and I'm from Indonesia, and I'm also the lecturer in Universitas Negeri Medan. Today, I would like to explain several things about my study, which is divided into several parts. That is the introduction. This part I will describe what and why I conduct this study. And the second part is I will explain what we find after conducting this study. And the last part is to conclude the result of my study. And moreover, in the end of the study, I would like to inform how this study will be beneficial for educational system. So, as we know, the plagiarism is identically with the activity of stealing or copying the other person's creation and idea without giving any proper credit. And this issue is becoming the major issue in academic setting today. Every educational institution around the globe face many problems about the plagiarism issue, especially in Indonesia, in my country. The plagiarism in Indonesia is becoming the academic and government concern because every year we found many cases involving the university lecturer, rector, professor, and dean. The most popular issues in this year is the dean of the one of private university that accused in conducted plagiarism. As the effect, he resigned from his position as a dean. We also try to find the information which is about the plagiarism rate in university student, which is conducted by Sukesi in 2017, which say that the plagiarism rate in university student in Indonesia reaching 70%. It means the fact show how the urgencies of plagiarism in high-level education must be fixed. The cases of plagiarism also becoming the major trend in 21st century education because the involvement of technology, especially for the technological advancement, which are massively affected to the educational system, such as give the easy access to the internet and provide so many online sources which cannot control by people. And then as the high-level educational institutions, university try to fight this issue by providing several plagiarism checking services and regulation, such as provide the plagiarism checker application, so all the university stakeholder can use it to check their plagiarism index level. So this the presence of plagiarism checker hopefully can increase student awareness and concern on the value of the originality. Through the previous explanations, this study is attempt to know how the student knowledge and behavior toward plagiarism and how the student in implementing plagiarism checker setting. The method we use is the simple method using the mixed method approach, and the data collection we will try to collect the data by survey, interview, and academic activity record. And the subject is including the North Sumatra University student. So the first finding is about how the student knowledge and behavior toward plagiarism. The result revealed based on the survey which asking student knowledge about what they know about the plagiarism shows 78% student can define it can mention the definitions, correct definition of the plagiarism by mention several specific keywords, such as stealing people work, duplicating people work, not giving a credit to the original author, and claiming other people work. We also try to identify the student behavior toward plagiarism uh, by see how they conducting paraphrase during the adapt the information. Mostly students are occasionally conducting paraphrase. As we know, that paraphrasing is one of the writing technique in avoiding plagiarism. And the second thing also show that about the directly copying the information. Majority of students in my university in North Sumatra, I mean, shows that sometimes they directly copying the content from the original source without using any paraphrasing or other writing technique. And then, however, they try to directly copying the original source. They also mention that when they directly copying the information, they still citing or giving the credit to the original author. It means we can conclude that from this result, the behavior of students toward plagiarism is already quite good. However, sometimes they still conduct the plagiarism act during finishing their daily assignment. Yeah. So to re-examine the student knowledge and behavior toward plagiarism, we also attempt to collect their academic activity record, which is student project assignment about writing the scientific article. This study is included my student in Universitas Negeri Medan who enroll in my class research methodology. On this study, we use the plagiarism standard of my university for bachelor student, which is about 35%, and the result revealed that only about 14 students has passing the plagiarism test, which means there are only less than 15% of students has met the university standard. It can be concluded that this my initial claim is already proved in this result. The second findings is about how student implementing plagiarism checker software. We try to survey them, and it shows that the favorable application when using plagiarism checker is Turnitin, which is about 73%, and the second one is Grammarly, which is 36%. If we look closer on these two highest favorable application, the app is categorizing as the paid application, which is they should pay first before they use it. Well, we attempt the student why they more prefer the use paid application. The student respond that the paid application already provided by their university, so they just can use it. And also they mentioned that the paid application has more beneficial feature rather than the free one. So we also try to survey that how they use the plagiarism checker for the academic activity. The most response from the student they use for the thesis and scientific article work, and the second one's for the report, and the third one for daily assignment, and the last one for the other academic activity. We also attempt to analyze how aware students to use plagiarism checker on their thesis. I try to took the data from my department in non-formal education in my university between September 2023 until January 2024. The results show there are 10 students conduct the thesis seminar during this period, and all the students already use plagiarism check before they conduct the seminar. It means they already have the awareness about plagiarism. The result also show there are several students only checking their plagiarism once, then several checking twice because they don't to make sure because they didn't pass the first test, then so they can check it again in the second test. So the conclusion from this study is first is how the student knowledge and behavior. We conclude that students have already good understanding. However, they still conduct the occasional sometimes they conduct the plagiarism act or behavior such as directly copying or not mention or giving credit to the original author. They argue that they conduct this because their inability to manage their time and their difficulty to understanding the reading material. The second conclusion about how student implementing plagiarism checker application, we conclude that most of them using the paid plagiarism check due to the beneficial features provided by the paid software, and they use it mostly for their daily academic activities such as conduct their thesis, writing the scientific article, writing the report, and do the daily assignment. So before I ended this presentation, I would like to inform that this study will hopefully could contribute and make new idea for all of the participants to conduct more study on your institution to find out how your student or your college their knowledge and their behavior toward the plagiarism. As we know, the digitalization in education make the plagiarism behavior can easily to conduct by everyone, including the lecturer. So through our research that concern about plagiarism, it could become the standard fact that we could inform to our college and a student how the level of plagiarism in our institution. Moreover, it could raise our awareness toward plagiarism act. I think that's all for me. Terima kasih. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I will give it back to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your interesting report. And I write the question in the chat and you can answer.
Okay, first one, I would like to say thank you first for the opportunity. So the first question is about the study found that while most students have a good understanding, okay, the 4%. Okay, the recommendation for the university first, because in Indonesia, this is the general fact in my country, that we still have a lack of knowledge, especially for the bachelor student, about how the plagiarisms behavior conduct in the educational system. So my recommendation to my university, especially in Indonesia, maybe in other part of the world also, Ukraine maybe is more advanced than my country, but in my country maybe we could make a more strict regulation, such or give it like punishment, the more heavy punishment for the someone who conduct the plagiarism. And also we can make up one program for the student, especially for bachelor degree, who can improve their ability, especially for their knowledge about what typical of behavior or act that could raise the plagiarism, such as maybe like the class maybe, or maybe make one subject in our curriculum system about the plagiarisms, or maybe scientific writing, ethical, like that. Maybe that things the suggestion from me for the university in Indonesia, especially, or around the globe. And the second question is about the plagiarism software checker, right? The Turnitin. In my university, we use mostly the Turnitin because our university already how to say have like the license for the Turnitin. So student can easily to use it. But sometimes I ask the student which kind of software that you use for your academic activity. They say sometimes I use Turnitin, but sometimes I use the other software because I would like to recheck again which software is better to provide the result of plagiarism checks. But mostly we are like me as a lecturer or teacher in the university, and my student in university, they always use the Turnitin because we have the service and the services provided by university that give a free service for that, so we can use the Turnitin every time and anywhere. So that's thing the first. And the second one is sometimes maybe we think that some student maybe have the problem with economic, right? Like I said before that our university provide it free for the students. So some especially for the national university, we already have the what you say, we have already paid the license for the Turnitin, but I don't know for the private university. They also some university have the license with the plagiarism checker software, but some of them didn't have that license. So some of the university from other university come to the university that have the plagiarism service check, so they can check in that place like that.
Okay, thank you for your answers. And maybe someone want to ask any questions? Okay, thank you for your interesting report and your answers. And now we go into the next article. The next authors is Natalia Dmitrenko, Nina Kristych, Natalia Prokopchuk, Larissa Kalinina, Ostap Odek, and article Cultivating Intercultural Competency, the role of sustainability in pre-service teacher professional development. And now I share my screen. 1 second, please.
Dear colleagues, it's a great privilege and honor to participate in the international conference Sustainable Futures, Environmental, Technological, Social and Economic Matters. Welcome to our presentation, Cultivating Intercultural Competency, the role of sustainability in pre-service teacher professional development. The authors of this presentation are Nina Kristych, PhD in Pedagogy, Associate Professor at Grigory Skovoroda University in Pereyasl. Ostap Odek, PhD in Philology, Associate Professor at Mariupol State University. Natalia Prokopchuk, PhD in Pedagogy, Associate Professor at Zhytomyr Ivan Franko State University. Larissa Kalinina, Doctor of Pedagogical Sciences, Professor at Zhytomyr Ivan Franko State University. Natalia Dmitrenko, Doctor of Pedagogical Sciences, Professor at Vinnytsia Mikhailo Kostyubinsky State Pedagogical University. On behalf of teacher staff of our universities, we send greetings and believe that today's presentation inspires participants for further professional development and collaboration. The purpose of the present qualitative case study is to examine the role of sustainability in pre-service teacher professional development and its influence on cultivating intercultural competency. The two research questions guided this inquiry are: what were participants' responses to sustainability in pre-service teacher professional development in their teacher preparation program? And how did sustainability in pre-service teacher professional development affect the intercultural competency development in EFL teachers? The importance of the research question is emphasized by the necessity to integrate language teaching with wider environmental objectives. English language teachers serve as both linguistic facilitators and cultural ambassadors, molding learners into global citizens who possesses the ability to comprehend and tackle urgent global issues. Integrating sustainability into their professional development is a strategic decision aimed at cultivating educators who can promote intercultural understanding, environmental responsibility, and ethical global involvement.
The primary theoretical underpinning of research is the ecological system theory, which was proposed by Bronfenbrenner. The paradigm adopts a comprehensive approach that incorporates economic, social, and environmental aspects. Education serves as a catalyst for change, promoting a sense of global belonging, moral consciousness, and the deduction to the long-term welfare of society. Effective professional development for teachers entails ongoing education that not only improves teaching skills, but also adheres to the concepts of environmental, social, and economic sustainability. Next slide, please. A 21st educator embodies intense spiritual life, a creative approach to pedagogical activities, and scientific research for innovative technologies that enable successful achievement of educational goals, while working with the children of new generation, adapting the idea of upcoming French teachers. Sustainable professional development entails training educators who possess both expertise in language education and the ability to incorporate sustainability principles into the teaching methods. This includes the promotion of multicultural comprehension, environmental accountability, and ethical discourse. The relationship between sustainable professional growth and the development of intercultural competency is mutually beneficial. Interculturally focused professional development programs which prioritize sustainability equip prospective English teachers with the necessary expertise and abilities to effectively handle language and cultural variation. On the other hand, promoting intercultural competence becomes a crucial result of long-lasting professional growth, as educators acquire the ability to assimilate various viewpoints, encourage diversity, and integrate global matters into language teaching.
In recent years, several studies focused on higher education's role in implementing sustainability curricula, professional practices. Other works have delved into pedagogical barriers associated with this implementation, pedagogical approaches to teaching sustainability in higher education, the impact of higher education institutions on sustainability, and the management of education. And considerable number of works have assessed the impacts of higher education on sustainability, and higher education institutions are often perceived as changing agents in the development of sustainability-related issues. Professional development is an ongoing and lifelong learning process for teachers, necessitating continuous updates to their methods, particularly when dealing with the multi-ethnic classes. These development experiences should influence teachers' knowledge, practical skills, and the definition of their professional identities, encompassing beliefs, values, and attitudes towards classroom teaching activities. In the challenging times of the Russian-Ukrainian war, we implement 4 main ways of cultivating intercultural competency. The first, continuing pedagogical practice. The second, internal and external academic mobility. The third, informal and non-formal education. And the last, cooperation with stakeholders.
The internal and external academic mobility is carried out within the framework of the bilateral university cooperation agreements. This cooperation became a good practice in Grigorij Skovroda University in Pereyaslav, Mikhailo Kozyubinsky Vinnytsia State Pedagogical University, Zhytomyr Ivan Franko State University. continuing pedagogical practice. To make access to continuing pedagogical practice is a first priority task to guarantee the sustainable development in education. The ways of realization of continuing pedagogical practice are getting more and more complicated. Many high schools have mixed face-to-face and online forms of education. Pre-service teachers must adapt to learn and teach under the conditions of the state of work. The new generation of teachers ensure holistic pedagogy by finding the ways forward in teaching and learning. Informal and non-formal education. Informal and non-formal education is a part of holistic sustainability education. As practice shows, during the work, pre-service teachers join many teachers' associations. For pre-service teacher in Ukraine, the most popular of them are ITFL, based in Great Britain, and TESOL, based in the USA. Webinars, conferences, conventions, meetings, and workshops allow the pre-service teachers to implement the latest developments in the education field, take part in interactive workshops, and enter into debates about sustainable development issues in theory and practice. Cooperation with stakeholders. The importance of cooperation with stakeholders will increase in post-war time as internal and international contexts will be stronger because of the necessity of post-war recovery.
The survey about the role of sustainability in pre-service teacher professional development was conducted in 3 mentioned universities to provide empirical support for the outcomes of professional development interventions in language teacher preparation program. Some of the questions of the survey are presented on the slide. On the whole, 92% of the respondents were positive about the sustainability in their pre-service teacher program preparation. More than 76% of students approved of organizing different kinds of professionally oriented practice, with increasing the portion of pre-service teachers' independence as a characteristic trait of sustainability. The positive responses and increased intercultural competency among participants prove the potential benefits of integrating sustainability into the curriculum for aspiring EFL teachers. As the conclusion, we may sum up. The results suggest that a continuous focus on sustainability within teacher preparation programs also enhances linguistic and social cultural competencies and contributes to a more holistic and globally aware generation of English teacher educators. The research underscores the importance of sustainable pre-service teacher professional development to create educators who are not only proficient in language instruction, but also capable of fostering a sustainable and culturally aware global community. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you for your interesting report. And who want to ask the questions? Okay, we have a question in the chat. Why have you chosen intercultural competence as the main component in your pre-service development program? It's a question from Oksana Ovcharov.
So thank you for the question. Let me answer it. So in our universities, we train the English teachers of the new generation, the teachers who are not only teaching English as such, but who teach language and culture together. Because we believe that the students, the future teachers, are the ambassadors of foreign language cultures on the one hand, and on the other hand, they must know how cultural items are manifested in the language, the histories, the idioms, sayings, whatever. And on the other hand, we teach the learners how to compare the cultural items in the mother tongue culture and in the English language culture. They find differences and similarities. Therefore, when they have the mobility, they don't experience any cultural shocks because they know all communicative behavior patterns, verbal and non-verbal. And we believe then in our teaching program, it is a must to develop intercultural competence together with the language teaching. Thank you.
Thank you. Who want more ask the questions? Okay, I have a question. The study highlights various methods implemented to cultivate intercultural competency among pro-service English teachers, such as continued pedagogical practice, academic mobility, informal or non-formal education, and cooperation with stakeholders. Could you provide more specific examples of case studies illustrated how these methods were practically implemented and the challenges or success now counted during their implementation? Thank you. We don't hear you. Please turn on your microphone.
So I'll try to answer your question, just describing the main methods which were used during our study. So firstly, we used a method of exploratory interviews with key informants to develop our hypothesis that continuous professional development, even at the quasi-professional level, affected the development of intercultural communicative competency. In the challenging times of Russian-Ukrainian war, we implemented, as it was said, 4 main ways of cultivating intercultural competency. First of all, it's continuing pedagogical practice, then internal and external academic mobility, and formal and non-informal education, and the last one, cooperation with stakeholders. The main information was presented at the slide of our presentation, but I want to add some additional information about the implementation of these 4 methods. Firstly, continuing pedagogical practice, it was made assessed to continuing pedagogical practice is the first priority task to guarantee the sustainable development in education. The ways of realization of continuing pedagogical practice are getting more and more complicated. Many high schools have mixed or online forms of education. And pre-service teachers must adapt to learn and teach under the condition of the state of war. So the new generation of teachers ensures holistic pedagogics by finding the ways forward in teaching and learning. According to internal and external academic mobility, it should be noticed that internal and external academic mobility is carried out within the framework of the bilateral university cooperation agreements. And it can be added that students acquire international experience and form intercultural competency by studying in a foreign country. The student mobility groups were created in some of our universities, for example, in Kryvyi Rih University, in Pereyasliv, to go to University of West Bohemia in 2017. And the students have the chance to not only to study, but also travel around the Czech Republic and beyond. Neither COVID-19 pandemic nor full-scale war has stopped this project. And the last case of academic mobility was in the first semester in this current academic year. The next method, informal and non-informal education, is a part of holistic sustainability of education, as practice shows. During the war, pre-service teachers joined many teachers associations, and as it was mentioned, they are members of ITEFL and TESOL, the main teachers organization or organization for teachers of foreign languages. And webinars, conferences, conventions, meetings, workshops allow the pre-service teachers to hear about the latest developments in the education field. And the last method, cooperation with stakeholders. University cooperation with stakeholders provides guidelines and metrics for students to orient on the labor market. We predict that the importance of cooperation with stakeholders will increase in post-war time as internal and international context will be stronger because of the necessity of post-war recovery. The universities and stakeholders must build sustainability systems of cooperation. So that is why we have chosen these four main methods of professional development of pre-service teachers of English. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your report and for your answers. And now we're going to the next article, the use of IKT by teachers for the development of students' critical thinking in the context of sustainable development in Ukraine. And the authors are Oksana Ovcharuk, Maya Marenko, Olena Gritsinchuk, Oksana Kravchina, and Irina Maletska. And now I share my screen. 1 second.
Dear colleagues, I would like to present the results of the research on the use of ICT by teachers for the development of students' critical thinking in the context of sustainable development in Ukraine. Starting from 24th February 2022, the date of Russian military invasion in Ukraine, our pupils and teachers felt not only the consequences after the long quarantine period, but also the consequences of military actions that continue to this day. Nevertheless, the Ukrainian school entered the second phase of the implementation of the new Ukrainian school reform. This means that today the content of school programs is being updated and the transition to new textbooks, new online learning resources and new active learning methods is taking place. Among the priorities of the reform is the development of soft skills, including critical thinking as the main component of such skills. The Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations adopted require profound transformations in every country. This includes contributing to Goal 4, which is related to education, namely to equal access for all. The structure and the purpose of the research is to examine how teachers in Ukraine use ICT to foster students' critical thinking in the context of sustainable development. And the research questions are: what are the forms of education today to foster the development of critical thinking? What online instruments do teachers use to conduct lessons? And what are the students' activities related to this? What are the ICT resources and tools for developing critical thinking and skills? We also examined teachers' needs in the professional development and practical examples for further developments. To better understand the specific needs of teachers in 2022 and in 2024 and in this year, we conducted a public survey to identify the requirements. The situation is the following. According to the Ministry of Education data for February 2024, there are 12,926 general secondary educational institutions operating in Ukraine today, of which there are approximately 4 million students complete general secondary education. 72,700 students are from the temporarily occupied territory. 905 general secondary institutions are located in the temporarily occupied territories. You can see the situation by the regions. And all these circumstances put teachers and schools in a situation where some of them are forced to study online and in a mixed format. You can see this from the slide. And moreover, more than 500,000 school children and more than 12,000 of teachers continue now to stay abroad. Critical thinking is a subject of a cognitive psychology which is projected onto the pedagogical sphere, and it is defined as the process and practice of examining evidence to arrive at informed decisions and beliefs. This process involves reviewing the evidence and examining the problem from different perspectives. The ways in which critical thinking can be developed in education are the following. Encourage students to ask questions, teach students to evaluate information, teach students to analyze information, encourage students to think creatively, provide opportunities for reflection, and teach students to communicate effectively. The quality of education is closely related to the use of digital tools by teachers now, and these tools have become indispensable to meet various societal needs by transforming educational practices. They also contribute to creating learning opportunities and promoting inclusive education. Furthermore, digital tools help reduce social and economic inequalities, thereby promoting equality of opportunities. The most successful techniques for the formation of critical thinking are brainstorming, clusters, working in pairs, associations. Using ICT capabilities, the teacher can involve students in creating blogs, web applications, presentations, playcasts, exhibitions, electronic libraries, etc. These forms of organizing work with the class can be used in the process of mastering any educational subject. For the successful use, it is necessary to rethink the content of the educational materials and the methods as well. The teacher should approach thematic planning from a different point of view. New and interesting forms of working with students are the use of virtual and augmented reality, for example, and artificial intelligence. It is difficult for teachers to do this when the mixed form of education or distance learning prevails. In this context of the specific stages of the formation of students' critical thinking with the use of digital tools, it is worth paying attention to the relationships and interactions between the teacher and students. This figure that you can see in the slide highlights the following main positions. The sequence of the teacher's actions for the development of student critical thinking stages, forms, methods, and techniques of using ICT to work with students, and digital tools that allow teacher to apply new forms or learning for the development of critical thinking. All the mentioned positions are interconnected, you can see this, and allow us to follow the relationships and interactions of the teacher and student in the learning process. It was found that critical thinking develops in the process of creating new content by students thanks to the creation of, for example, cartoons, web applications, blogs, animated videos, scrapbooks, presentations, libraries, exhibitions, and participation in competitions. Students acquire new information and master digital technologies. Working on a joint educational project, for example, can encourage participation in creative competitions. Learning material becomes more interesting because it is studied in more detail by a group of students or a peer of students with common interests. In this way, students can develop critical thinking. For example, a teacher in a computer science computer science class may not just teach material on the subject of information security, which is the subject of study in the 5th, 9th grades, basics of information security. Such lesson can be built in such a way that it is an active participation of students in discussion or, for example, in the web quest or in a game, together in a group or microgroup onto which the class is divided. Students can play an educational game, safety on the internet, or the teacher can stimulate discussion and teach students to express their points of view, to try to listen to others and to correctly treat the opposite point of view, what does not coincide with their own. You should come to the common conclusion or refute these false theses, false narratives, arguing it with the concrete facts. Among the practical tasks that stimulate students' critical thinking, one can include, for example, questions related to on how recognize fake information, All these methods can be applied to different subjects: mathematics, science, language, arts, and social studies. Such resources can be found on educational resources, Ukrainian educational resources such as Всеосвіта, Наурок, and other web pages. It contained different materials for teachers and for students. To find out the state of use of digital tools by teachers today, it is necessary to turn to the current research that was mentioned, that shows which tools are most popular among teachers today. In 2023, the Institute of Digitalization of Education of the National Academy of Educational Science of Ukraine, I mentioned already, conducted a Ukrainian survey, Readiness and Needs of Teachers regarding the use of digital tools and ICT in conditions of war. Participants from all regions of Ukraine took part in the survey. For example, in 2022, the number was 54,254, and in 2023, 42,708. The diagram that you see on the slide shows the results of the survey conducted in 2023. It was found out that the following digital tools are mostly used by teachers to organize distance learning. As you can see on this figure: Viber, Zoom, Google for Education, Diary, learning apps, Telegram, website of the educational institutions. You can see also the other instruments on this diagram. We would like to come to the conclusion that the issue of supporting teachers in the use of digital means and tools for conducting lessons is extremely relevant today. Critical thinking as a component of soft skills should be included in all teacher professional development programs, taking into account mandatory training in the forms and methods of using digital tools for the formation of students' critical thinking, and not only. And we see the further research to monitor how teachers use ICT tools to promote critical thinking, the issue of monitoring the practice of teachers to form critical thinking using ICT, the creation of online networks for sharing positive experience, the development of special professional programs of these issues, and the involvement of teachers all these require further research. I would like to summarize that supporting teachers in the use of digital means now in the condition of war, for the development of critical thinking and for the delivery of different kinds of activities for students is extremely important. Today, in the situation that Ukraine try to acquire a high level of the quality of education. Thank you very much for the attention, and I'm ready to listen to your questions.
Thank you for your interesting report, and who want to ask the questions?
I have a question. Thank you very much, dear Professor Ovcharuk, for your inspiring speech. You have mentioned a lot of kind of activities of developing critical thinking. And I'd like to know which main problems are still unsolved in this sphere, taking into account that the condition of online education, not face-to-face education.
Thank you very much for the question. Regarding this last study, I mentioned that we conducted such a big study in 2022, 2023, and in this year as well. And we realized that teachers encounter the main problems in the third year in a row during the war. And in organizing distance lessons. First of all, they point out more than 60% of teachers that they do not have a quality internet connection and they have bad technical equipment of students, first of all. Not only for they technical, but technical equipment of students. Another big problem, more than 40% of teachers pointed out that there is a low level of motivation of students to learn online. And this low level of motivation is all, I can tell this, that it is connected with the low attention of teachers to develop the critical thinking of students. Another big problem is a lack of the support from parents and to conduct online lessons and to continue to learn online, to have lessons. So it is also a big problem. And among the other problems, there is a lack of time and lack of time to for teachers to prepare for lessons, for distance lessons. There are problems with the primary school children. They cannot be concentrated in the internet during the online lessons. So there are a lot of problems. And one of the main problems that I can point is a level of digital competence of teachers that needs to be improved.
Thank you. I fully agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your effort and your answers. Maybe someone want to ask the questions? Okay, we have no questions, and let's go to the next article. I see that next presenter is online, and next report is Transformational Leadership of a Higher Ed School in the Implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, the example of Ukraine. And now I share my screen, 1 second.
Societies and economies is confronted with global threats that could significantly undermine their resilience and security. This includes climate threats and the technological transition driven by the urgent need to reduce anthropogenic impact on the environment. But the so-called green technological transition requires new engineering and technical solutions, implying intellectual effort, and scientific schools have long been established, working on fundamentally new technological platforms, developing comprehensive technological complexes for environmentally neutral. This enables them to implement a sustainable development policy, evaluating progressive advancements through the lens of society's ability to achieve better economic outcomes while preserving the environment and improving the quality of life. The evident connection between the system of generating and implementing the economic potential of new knowledge, formed within the higher education system, and the country's ability to realize the concept of sustainable development underscores the importance of restoring such a connection for Ukraine. The country's economy, in its pre-war format and structure, is currently undergoing catastrophic destruction, and the demographic situation, exacerbated by forced migration, calls into question the country's ability to retain the necessary human capital for post-war revival, especially in its intellectual dimension. This makes research aimed at identifying the potential of higher education to ensure intellectual leadership in the strategic planning and implementation of transformational processes in the economy and societal life particularly relevant. Higher education, by taking a proactive role in shaping development trends and preparing professionals with the necessary set of competencies to implement defined strategic tasks, is expected to play a significant role in addressing these challenges. Research indicates a close connection between a country's education index and its environmental performance index. However, there is a somewhat weaker correlation between the Environmental Performance Index and the Index of High Technology Export. Authors acknowledge this and do analyze the reasons for such inconsistency. For Ukraine in its current state, it is crucial not to lose the ability to produce high-tech products, as domestic production of such goods forms the basis of the country's defense capability. The concept of sustainable development is now recognized as best meeting the requirements of maintaining a balanced interaction between humans and nature. The main thesis of the concept is the increasing role of the social component in development tasks. Among these priorities, quality education, ranking fourth in the list of Sustainable Development Goals, stands out, enabling individuals to realize their intellectual potential in various professional activities requiring specialized knowledge and skills. Higher education must meet societal needs for quality professional training for the new generation of economic participants by substantiating the content of educational professional programs with knowledge that forms the basis of graduates' future professions and successful self-realization in society. In the context of Sustainable Development Goals, knowledge specific to each profession should be complemented by an understanding of the close connection between the consequences of human activity and the state of the environment. To confirm this conclusion, data from the ranking assessment of countries based on the level of education and the level of high-tech product exports were used, published annually in the global indices. The reflection of the interdependence of the rankings of both indices is presented in Figure 1. The highest ranking of both indices, reflecting the country's best position in the total sample, has a value of 1. Countries with the highest ranking values are located in the bottom left part of the figure. As seen in Figure 1, Ukraine ranks 42nd in the overall rating of high-tech product exports among 200 countries. It is important not to lose the ability to produce high-tech products, because the own production of such products is the basis of the country's defense capability. From the perspective of realizing the potential of new knowledge, it is also important to observe the connection between a country's spending on education, as a percentage of GDP spent on education, and its ability to be a participant in the international market for high-tech products. To determine the correlation between these factors through their rating evaluation, we utilized the existing array of global indices data. However, despite their low ranking in education spending, 75 to 100 out of 200 countries, they have a high rating for the High Technology Export Index. To understand the reasons for this deviation from the previously described trend, it was deemed appropriate to analyze a sample of countries from the TOP10 exporters of high-tech products, excluding the United States and Mexico, for which education spending data are not available. These countries allocate a significant portion of their educational expenditures to adult education. The positioning of these countries in the ranking evaluation of both indicators is presented in Figure 3. The explanation for such an inverse relationship can be demonstrated on our article. Transformational leadership is a term used to describe leadership characterized by strategic thinking and anticipating the future. It has a decentralized nature and relies on broad support from followers, to whom authority is delegated for active participation in the transformations occurring in socio-economic systems. The term transformational leaders traditionally refers to individuals with a set of competencies capable of radically changing the organizational environment in which they work, starting from the mission, structure, functional purpose of individual elements, and their relationships, ending with a change in corporate culture. Burns, Bass, and others. In our opinion, attributes of strategic foresight and the formation of a conceptually new approach to building the model of economic system functioning in a highly dynamic environment with a new set of resource constraints should be present in higher education as an important societal institution. In our view, higher education leadership should be considered through the lens of its transformative impact on this environment through complementary integration of processes for generating new knowledge and disseminating it. The author's position is that transformative leadership can only be realized based on an anticipatory approach in management, which shapes a proactive approach to working with the market. Obviously, achieving proactivity should be the goal of all higher education institutions, competing among themselves in the quality of educational products, the efficiency of organizing the educational process, and its effectiveness in imparting competencies relevant to the future chosen specialties. The author's vision of the model of higher education institution functioning based on proactivity and transformative leadership principles is presented in Figure 4. The more competitive higher education institutions will be those that recognize the vectors of structural transformations in the global economic space at an early stage. This will provide them with sufficient agility to incorporate the necessary knowledge components into the structure of current educational professional programs or in the development of new ones. They should expand the portfolio of graduates' competencies, preparing them for professional activities in the face of future structural shifts. Thus, it can be argued that higher education institutions will ensure the expanded reproduction of the country's intellectual capital. Fig. 5. Summarizing. Transformative leadership in higher education was defined as the ability to ensure the expanded reproduction of the country's intellectual capital in the context of global trends in technological development and socio-economic progress. This is achieved through the proactivity of higher education institutions in shaping and disseminating new knowledge, which serves as the foundation for defining the directions of social and economic transformations. We substantiated the tasks of such leadership for higher education institutions and emphasized its proactive nature. The content was structured, and the main directions of proactivity and leadership of higher education institutions in the processes of transforming socio-economic systems were delineated. Development of higher education directions and financing of research works according to the 1. Hausman-Hidalgo Economic Complexity Index, ECI, the logic of which is tied to high-tech exports based on two criteria: diversity and ubiquity. Diversity refers to the quantitative list of high-tech goods exported by the country, while ubiquity is the number of countries also exporting high-tech goods. The higher the list of goods and the lower their ubiquity in the country's exports, the higher the index. 2. Coverage of the population with digital education and inclusion of a sub-index of higher education digitization into the official Ukrainian Digital Transformation Index. 3. Expansion of grant funding for education acquisition and conducting research work through budgets at all levels. Implementing these recommendations will be of practical importance for reforming the system of higher education in Ukraine in relation to the priorities of sustainable development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your interesting report. And who want to ask the questions?
Maybe I.
Please.
Oh, I am answer only, not question.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
The article highlights the importance of higher education institutions demonstrating transformative leadership and proactive in shaping and disseminating new knowledge, aligned with sustainable development priorities. Could you provide specific examples of case studies from Ukrainian university that have successfully implemented such an approach, including the strategic challenges faced and measurable outcomes in terms of the contribution of sustainable economic transformation? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. First of all, I want to admit that the mainstream of our article, of our research, is the made of the methodological and theoretical recommendation for higher school and how that school, how our university can be to improve their values, how they can to make their education more useful, more how can they use the main recommendation of leadership in their works, and the author's position in this case was that the education institutes should function in the model of transformational leadership. The team of belong of the semantic fields of leadership theory and pertained of characteristic of individuals' personalities. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you. Maybe someone will want to ask the questions. Okay, we have no questions, and let's go to the next article. The next article is a school that prepares for sustainable management, the case of the Palau simulation model. And after Dmitro Shabanov, Marina Kravchenko, Katerina Nesterenko. Are you here? I don't see. Yes,
here.
yes, I see you. Yes,
And
I see you.
Katerina too.
I share the screen. 1 second, please. Okay, and your record.
Good evening. Dear colleagues, our team will present to you the work related to the use of simulation modeling in school education.
We represent the Department of Zoology and Animal Ecology of Karasin-Kharkiv National University. The pedagogical experiment was carried out on the basis of the Kharkiv University Lyceum, where I was working as a teacher at the time.
Our motivation for this work stemmed from the recognition that the traditional schooling often focuses on teaching students to work with systems that are not the ones they eventually have to deal with in real life. Students are learning how to get the right response from simple deterministic systems that contain complete information about themselves, that respond to changes in our influence in linear way, step by step and mostly predictably. However, in real life, the systems that surround us behave completely differently. So we believe that alongside traditional teaching and traditional types of tasks, we can use interactive models in the educational process. In many features that you can see here, such models can better prepare students for real-life challenges. Our inspiration for building this model came from David Attenborough's documentary film, Life on Our Planet. There's a moment where Attenborough is sailing alone on island in the Palau archipelago and says that when Palau banned fishing in certain areas, it eventually led to an increase in the number of fish caught per day. We became interested in why this happens and used this idea to build a model which was later offered to school children. In fact, the theme of protecting fish stocks involves or can be described by different types of training tasks. We can ask students to calculate the catch under conditions where we increase the fishing effort with the condition that the catch increases accordingly. And this is how school assignments are usually structured. Instead, we propose to optimize the catch in conditions where the system response is nonlinear. Here, You can see the construction diagram of our model and its main input parameters. Here we see 6 bordering water areas. A certain amount of fish can live in each of them, and its amount represented by n parameter. This amount is determined by the value of K, capacity of the area. In each area, fish reproduce, which is regulated by the parameter R, biotic potential. Parameter M describes the speed of which fish are distributed between water areas, and U parameter determines what part of fish stocks we take in the case of organizing fishing in a certain area. By setting different usage patterns for these areas, we identified 13 patterns where 0 represents no fishing and 1 represents permission to fish in this area. The model is built in such a way that the work cycle is performed step by step from the initial number of fish in each cycle. We determine how many spawning fish are produced, how they are distributed between sites, how many spawn in each site. We can observe how many fish are harvested from each site depending on the fishing pattern chosen, and how many remain in each site afterward. We see certain parameters at the input. Next, this cycle is recalculated many times, and at the output we get the dynamics of both the number of fish in general and the catch. Next, we can see which input parameters for which of these patterns can ensure a stable catch for a long time. We designed and created this model in R language. It is quite small and can be downloaded from the link on the screen. We calculated what the sustainable catch would be at certain intensities of reproduction and migration under different conditions of intensity and patterns of catch. Our findings revealed that certain site distribution patterns, such as pattern 3 and 4, with selective harvesting from 2 out of 6 fishing sites, resulted in the highest and stable long-term catch values. We offered students of grades 10 and 11 at the Kharkiv University Lyceum 2 types of tasks: the traditional one and work with an interactive model. This educational experiment took place under the conditions of quarantine when the training took place remotely. Students were randomly divided into 2 groups, and one of group worked with descriptive learning material and the other one with an interactive model organized using spreadsheets. Links to both types of tasks are on the screen. We obtained about the same scores on the final test, which tested the students' understanding of the material, like how exactly the catch depends on the exploitation of the fish areas among those who worked with the descriptive narrative and those who worked with the models. However, it seems to us that our experience has shown that it is possible to work with this approach in the future. Unfortunately, our work was interrupted by a full-scale Russian invasion of the territory of our country, and right now Kharkiv is also under attack of Russian missiles, but we hope that this work will be continued, and this report marks the initial step forward. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, we thank you for your interesting report, and maybe someone want to ask the questions. Okay, if we have no question, I have a question. Your article discusses the importance of incorporating simulation models in school education to better equip students with decision-making skills for complex non-linear systems. While the initial pedagogical experiment with the Palau model showed promising results, if it was unfortunately disrupted due to the ongoing conflict. Would you share any insight or lessons learned from this disruption and how it might inform the development and implementation of such educational tools, especially in context affected by crisis or conflicts? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So, as it was said in the presentation, this article can be evaluated as a step on the way that we consider important in terms of school education in Ukraine development. Yes, the experiment was disrupted, and actually this sample cannot give us results that we can put in the final conclusions, but you can see that this way of studying can involve students in the process, and as mentioned earlier today, students now face the problem of motivation, and actually simulation adds motivation and engagement to the process of learning, and showing that systems we interact in real life are much more complex that students are shown now in the school. Real life shows us why should we implement such types of tasks and such types of learning ways in school education. And we hope that in the future, during some online processes, we would be able to implement this way of learning widely in Ukrainian schools.
Thank you. And maybe someone wants to ask the questions. And we have no questions. Thank you for your answers. Thank you for your report. Interesting. And now we're going to the next report.
Thank you.
Welcome. And the next report is Transforming Education, Navigation, the Human AI Ecosystem in Psychological Training and Beyond. And now I share my screen. 1 second, please.
Hello. Transforming Education, Navigating the Human AI Ecosystem in Psychological Training and Beyond. Pavel Lushin, Montclair State University, Yana Sukhenko, University of Educational Management. The primary research objective. The primary research objective is to investigate the potential of AI technologies in the training of the psychology students and to explore the possibility of integrating these technologies into educational process to enhance the quality of training for modern specialists. To achieve the objective, the following research questions were addressed. What are the distinguished characteristics of essays written by psychology students compared to those generated by AI chatbots like Claude 2.1 and ChatGPT-4? What criteria can be used to differentiate between human written and AI generated texts in the context of psychology education? How can AI technology be effectively integrated into the educational process to augment the training of future psychologists? Participants in the study included a diverse mix of human and artificial intelligence, master's degree students in psychology, 2 chatbots, ChatGPT-4 and Claude 2.1, 6 independent experts and research facilitators, procedure and tools. Participants were tasked with writing and creative essays on 100 proposed topics without size limitations. The chatbots received prompts in Ukrainian, instructed to simulate a psychology student composing a creative essay. The essay's potential was assessed by an independent expert who conducted a blind analysis focusing on content, structure, style to differentiate characteristics inherent in human versus AI generated works. This analysis facilitated the establishment of criteria for distinguishing between human and artificial texts and aided in developing a list of collaborative tasks suitable for the training of future psychologists. Results and discussion, quantitative analysis of students' creative essays and chatbots. The essays were then analyzed by experts and the chatbots themselves to identify authorship. Surprisingly, neither the experts nor the chatbots could accurately determine the chatbot's authorship. False identification related to students' essay were not further analyzed due to the inherent ambiguity in ascertaining their authenticity. The table provided in the article. A criterion features of a human and AI essays. Content analysis revealed that ChatGPT-4 essays were impersonal, related well-known academic knowledge, and provided stereotypical answers with generative advice were deemed simply in terms of semantic, syntactic, stylistic complexity, lacking originality, thesis, and antithesis. Claude 2.1 essays were personalized, sometimes using first-person narratives, including appeals to experience, augments from academic psychology, alternative judgments, generalized advice, conclusions, and rhetorical flourishes. The future psychologist essays varied greatly in content and length, but most exhibited elements of creativity, metaphor, a unique style, emotional personal coloring, reflection, and a strong personal perspective. This study demonstrated that while it's currently challenging to unequivocally determine the authorship of text, certain criteria can be identified to make educated guesses. The presence of multiple relevant features in an essay increases the likelihood of accurately predicting its authorship. Table 2. This is Table 2 criterion and signs of an essay, man and ChatGPT, and Claude 2.1 criterion. But this table is accessible in the text. You can view it now. Roles and responsibilities in an interaction and facilitation. The results underscore the vast potential of the human-AI dynamic ecosystem in educational interaction. It suggests that the system evaluation should shift focus from the end product, the essay text, to the process of its creation. This aligns with emerging professions such as prompt engineers or hybrid roles like prompt psychologists or facilitators. These professionals are envisioned to guide the criteria of individual educational trajectories and foster self-help. The role of a human AI facilitator is envisaged as one who not only understands AI, but also possesses expertise in the relevant subject area. An AI facilitator is characterized by the ability to listen and understand both the capabilities and limitation of AI without imposing their decisions. They bear the responsibility for establishing a mutually comprehensible dialogue between humans and AI. The primary objective isn't to provide direct assistance to clients, but to figure an IA assistant for mastering relevant psychological counseling skills. This concept extends to nonlinear management of learning processes and professional self-organization. In this context, we prompted ChatGPT to differentiate the roles and functions of various professionals such as prompt engineers, AI use facilitators, and AI facilitators. This is the roles and responsibilities in AI interaction and facilitation, the roles of prompt engineer, AI user facilitator, and AI facilitator. To formulate the following conclusion, we state that despite these limitations, AI role in augmenting the educational process can be understated. Its ability to handle routine tasks, provide instantaneous feedback, and offer vast repository of information makes it invaluable tool in educational setting. This integration, however, necessitates a reevaluation of educational methodologies and development of new pedagogical structures that balance AI computational powers with a nuanced understanding and emotional depth of human instructors. The integration of artificial intelligence into educational landscape, particularly in the field of psychology, represents a paradigm shift in how education is delivered and experienced. Our study has illuminated AI potential to revolutionize traditional educational on edge. The comparative analysis of essays written by psychology students and AI chatbots like Claude and ChatGPT has revealed distinct differences in creativity, depth of thought, and emotional expressions. This underscores the unique contribution that human insight brings to the educational process, contributions that AI currently cannot replicate. Moreover, the emergence of roles such as prompt GPT, a prompt engineer, AI users facilitator, and AI facilitator reflect the growing complexity and interdependence of human AI interactions in educational contexts. These roles highlight the necessity for educators and students alike to develop a deep understanding of AI capabilities and limitations, ensuring that AI tools are used effectively and ethically. In conclusion, the future of education, particularly in psychology, lies in a synergetic relationship between human and artificial intelligence. This partnership promises to enrich learning experiences, foster innovation, and prepare students for a rapidly evolving technological landscape. Continuous research and adaptation in education methodologies are essentially to fully realize AI potential in education, ensuring that it complicates rather than supplants the human elements that are central to the to learning process.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Runa.
Okay, Ria, thank you for your interesting report. And who want to ask the questions?
I have a question.
Please.
This is very interesting report, but what the specific strategies for for pedagogical approach AI in educational institution?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Good afternoon, by the way. Well, the problem is that if you're speaking about the strategic strategies, introductory strategies to integrate AI into educational process, now we are encountering a very specific thing. The whole community of the world of education is sort of still feeling perplexed or chaotic what to start with. It's one thing. The other thing is that there are so many applications and tools to integrate into education that an instructor, a teacher is sort of very much confused what's to start with. As you see in our presentations here, some of the professors and presenters use, alternative was to present their material. That is the first step, the first strategy that we are trying to play with, explaining the material, the learning material to students, suggesting that that would be even better that if it is done by the human teacher, but that's not the case, I guess. But this is only the final, the initial step. I guess that in a couple of months, we will see the outburst, the blow of different technologies that we don't even know how it would change the whole landscape of what we are doing. So, for instance, in our research, we came up with 2 new professions. That is the not just generating or prompting AI what to do, but to facilitate it in a natural language. That means that that professors and teachers would turn to be programmers, coders, and create their own ChatGPT or AI agent, as they say now. So this is the next perspective. And then we would proceed, it may be within a couple of years, to create the ecosystem of educational agents, and students would do the same. It's not the problem now. So the third or the fourth strategy is just to come up with an idea, what do we do next? I mean, human professionals. It's the next task. But now we have a very intense situation that we'll all encounter within a couple of months or even years. That's my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Maybe someone want to ask the questions? No, we thank you for your report, interesting, and your answers. And we now going to the next report. And after is Irina Minty and report blended learning definition, concept, and relevance to education, sustainability. And now I share my screen. 1 second, please.
Today, I will be discussing the definition, concept, and relevance of blended learning to education for sustainability. To start, a key motivator in the UN Sustainable Development Goal 4 on ensuring quality education for all. In the digital age we live in, technologies have become essential in education. And for that, teacher training and development of their digital competencies is absolutely critical. The European Commission has made several important recommendations to ensure quality digital education. This includes promoting R&D of digital educational tools, ensuring digital competency training for teachers, and supporting blended learning approaches, especially in primary and secondary education. Blended learning holds great potential to enhance quality and inclusivity. There has already been substantial doctoral research into blended learning covering diverse aspects. These have looked at how blended learning impacts student engagement and performance. Many have focused on course design principles and assessment methodologies for blended environments. Domain-specific research exists in language learning, computer science, and math education. Blended learning is also being studied in vocational education and for training teachers themselves. In this presentation, I am to answer 2 key research questions, looking at it from a Ukrainian perspective. First, as Ukraine integrates with Europe, what is the most appropriate Ukrainian term we should standardize on for referring to blended learning? Second, how exactly should blended learning be defined And what does the concept entail? Let's dig in. In current Ukrainian parlance and literature, two terms are used interchangeably to refer to blended learning: zmішане навчання, which means mixed learning, and комбіноване навчання, which means combined learning. Both are in common use. However, official documents seem to favor the term zmішане навчання, mixed learning. Let's look at this more closely. This map shows the preferred term for blended learning across European language. The red markers indicate countries using mixed learning. Green is combined learning. Blue is blended learning retained directly. And yellow have their own unique terms. As you can see, there is a real mix, pan-independent. Even more interesting, when we look at the verbs used in the actual definitions, most countries describe blended learning as a combination of different instructional modes, shown in green. Red are those that refer to mixing, and blue use both terms. The notion of meaningfully combining different modalities seems most prevalent. Let's consult authoritative source. The Great Explanatory Dictionary of Modern Ukrainian defines combination as an orderly arrangement of homogeneous parts, where mixed refers to disorder and heterogeneity. The love of education also refers to the educational process as a system, which is an ordered interconnection of components. This suggests that комбіноване навчання, combined learning, is a more accurate translation that captures the systematic orderly combining of different learning modes in blended learning. Which was terminological question out of the way, let's turn to actually definition blended learning. At its simplest, blended learning refers to a combination of two or more components, typically online and face-to-face instruction, but also formal and informal learning activities, self-paced and collaborative works, and digital and non-digital technologies. The key is a deliberate combination. Scholars have proposed various definitions emphasizing different facets. Graham defines it simply as combining online and traditional classroom teaching. Carrison and Kanuka stress the integration aspect of face-to-face and online learning. Picciano calls it thoughtful fusion. The European Commission highlighting how technology enables learning in different environments. Here you see the famous spectrum of course delivery modalities proposed by Allen and his colleagues. It goes from fully face-to-face on the left to fully online on the right. Blended learning occupies the broad middle space involving a substantial proportion of both online and face-to-face elements. You can see how wide a range of courses can be considered blended. The concept of blended learning operates along several key dimensions. The space dimension involves a mix of physical classroom and virtual learning environments. Time-wise, there is a blend of synchronous activities done together in real time and asynchronous self-paced work. Stylistically, it combines formal instruction with informal peer interactions. Pedagogically, it balances teacher-led lectures with self-directed discovery. And technologically, it leverages both digital tools and analog methods. So it's quite a rich multidimensional construct. Adopting blended learning has both benefits and challenges. On the plus side, it provides greater flexibility and convenience for learners. The variety of modalities can increase engagement. Having to navigate online environments builds self-regulation. Working in multiple modes also enhances peer collaboration, and the range of optional allows for more personalized learning. However, there are challenges too. Technology access issue, having to redesign curriculum for a blended format, managing students in two environments, need for teacher training, and lack of institutional support. A key enabler for blended learning is, of course, technology. Learning management systems like Moodle and Canvas form the backbone. Web conferencing tools like Zoom and Teams allow for synchronous virtual sessions. Collaborative suites like Google Apps support group work. Multimedia resources like educational videos and simulations supplement instruction. And mobile apps and podcasts allow learning on the go. The technology provides the versatility needed for blended learning. Cutting-edge intelligent technology are now enhancing blended learning in powerful ways. Learning analytics and AI can personalize learning paths and activities based on individual needs. Intelligent tutoring systems provide adaptive guidance and feedback. Natural language processing can facilitate discussion moderation and Q&A. Augmented and virtual reality enable immersive learning experience. The AI-driven tools and ushering in a new phase of technology-enhanced learning. So, how is blended learning relevant for education for sustainable development, or ESD? UNESCO has outlined the 8 key sustainability competencies that ESD should foster. This includes system thinking, anticipation, normative and strategic competencies, collaboration, critical thinking, self-awareness, and integrated problem solving. Blended learning can help develop many of these. The online components in blended learning are great for fostering system thinking and anticipatory competencies. Learning can interact with complex models and databases to understand system dynamics. Online simulation and scenario building tools let them explore alternative futures to hone strategic and normative thinking. Collaborative online projects are ideal for developing teamwork and communication skills. Asynchronous discussion allows more time for critical reflection and discourse. Self-paced elements support metacognitive skills like self-awareness and self-regulation, and real-world projects integrated into a blended curriculum provide opportunities to develop integrated problem-solving abilities. Taking all this together, I propose this model for designing blended learning programs for educational for sustainable development. The face-to-face components focus on motivation learning, building foundation, and hands-on skills. The online synchronous session allow for interactive discussion, expert talk, and virtual tours. Asynchronous online work enable research, reflection, and project work. And in-situ field project on internship integrate classroom and real-world learning. Wrapping around all this are the cross-cutting elements that foster case sustainability competencies through the blend. This provides a template for designing effective blended programs for ESD. To conclude, I recommend that kombinowane навчання, combined learning, be adopted as a standard Ukrainian term for referring to blended learning, as it best captures the essence of the concept. Blended learning is defined as a systematic combination of face-to-face and online instruction using digital tools to enable flexible learning across multiple environments. It can powerfully support education for sustainability development by fostering several key sustainability competencies in learning. I will design a blended model that balances face-to-face, synchronous and asynchronous online learning and real-world application offer an effective template for ESD programs. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you for your report. And who want to ask the questions? Okay, I have a question. The large interest in blended learning has been speaked by the COVID-19 pandemic. What do you think are the future prospects for the development of blended learning? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that interest for in blended learning in future will only grow, because this format, this educational format combines only advantage from different formats. And in the future, the number of the place for combination will grow. Previously, that was combination face-to-face and distance learning. Now it's more number of combination.
Thank you. Maybe someone want to ask the questions? Okay, if there are no questions, let's go to the finish, to the last. Our report is the article Education Dimension of Sustainable Development and Literature Review. And after is a series America, but because some technical support, I present this report for the Sergei Alexeyevich. Okay, I share my screen. Welcome to the ICSF 2024 conference. Today I will presenting a literature review on the educational dimension of sustainable development, focusing on article published in the Educational Dimension journal between 2019 and 2023. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal for or ECDG for aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. Achieving this ambitious target requires rigorous research to inform effective policy and practice. In this review, we analyzed 106 articles to assess their relevance to the 10 target under CDG4. Okay. To conduct this review, we retrieved articles from the IRIC Plus by dimensions database using a comprehensive keyword search. The search terms include SDG4, education, sustainability development, lifelong learning, teaching training, inclusive, equality, and other keywords representing the target of CG4 form. This process yielded 106 articles published in the Educational Dimension journal between its inception in 2019 and December 2023. We carefully read and analyzed each article to identify the specific SDG4 targets they address and categorize them accordingly. Okay, let's begin by looking at SDG 4.1, which focused on primary and secondary education. The studies provide valuable insight into enhancing the quality of education at these levels through the innovative pedagogical approach, curriculum design, and the integration of educational technologies. For example, researchers explored university strategies for service primary school teachers, the incorporation of computational thinking and digital tools in primary educational curricula, and the use of augmented reality to enrich secondary science education. While these studies contribute important perspectives, future research is needed to assess the direct impact of such intervention or measurable learning outcomes and to develop a comprehensive framework for delivering high school inclusive primary and secondary education globally. Moving on to SDG 4.2, which focused on early childhood development and pre-primary education, we found a limited number of studies that provide glimpses into innovative approach and assessment tools. One study developed an augmented reality mobile application to teach young children and alphabet, numbers and animal sounds, demonstrating increased engagement and learning outcomes. Another created diagnostic tools to assess school readiness among preschoolers. While the studies offer promising examples, more comprehensive research is critically needed in areas such as developing and evaluation play-based curricula, examining the impact of parental involvement, exploring strategies for inclusive assessing early childhood educator training programs, and investigating the role of community-based initiatives in complementing formal primary education systems. Okay. Let's go to CDG 4.3 aims to ensure equal access to able and quality technical vocation and tertiary education. The review study shed light on various aspects of changing access, quality, and relevance of higher education programs. The sources assessed disparities in medical education curriculum, described an international certification system for e-learning courses, proposed integration cloud-based tools into software engineering programs, and investigated the adoption of mobile technologies for distance learning during crises like the COVID-19 pandemic. However, several areas require future exploration, such as examining socioeconomic, culture, and geographical barriers to address, assessing the long-term impact of online and blended learning modality, exploring strategies for aligning curricula with industry demands, investigating sustainable funding models, and evaluation the effectiveness of international collaboration and cross-border education initiatives. So let's go to the next equipment and individuals with relevant skills for employment is the focus of SDG 4.4. The review of the articles shed light on various strategies and initiatives to align educational offering with the evolving demand of the job market and industry needs. Researchers explored innovative approach to curriculum design and industry collaboration and interactive learning methodology to ensure students acquire the necessary technical knowledge and practical skills. Studies also highlight the importance of fostering digital competence, problem-solving ability, and computational thinking. However, several areas require future investigations, such as examining the long-term impact of educational interventions on employment outcomes, exploring strategies for fostering transferable skills, investigating the role of work-based learning opportunity and industry partnership, assess reskilling and upskilling initiatives, evaluating international-ship educational programs, and exploring the potential of emerging technologies for skill development. Okay, the next is SDG 4.5 aims to eliminate gender disparity in education and ensure equal access to all levels of education and vocational training for vulnerable groups. The review found limited studies directly addressing this subject. Our study identified trends and challenges in implementing inclusive education in Ukraine, highlighting barriers such as lack of resource training, and coordination of government levels. To adequately support SDG 4.5, future research could explore socioeconomic, culture, and geographical barriers faced by vulnerable groups, evaluate program intervention aimed at increase access and relation analysis, police and funding initiatives to promote inclusion, assess teacher training program focused on supporting diverse learners, investigate the impact of vulnerability of access to quality education, and explore the potential of technology to deliver education to marginalized groups. And the next is SDG 4.6, focused on ensuring that all youth and a substantial proportion of adults achieve literacy and numeracy. The review studies contribute valuable perspectives on promotion of these essential skills. Research conducted historical analysis of educational system, developed augmented reality mobile app to early literacy and numeracy, explored linguistic analysis techniques to improve literacy skills, and discussed multilingual education and examined the potential of large language models, LLM, in language education. However, more comprehensive research efforts and required to address this target adequately. Future studies could evaluate the effectiveness of various pedagogical approaches, explore the role of family and socioeconomic factors, assess the impact of educational technologies, investigate the integration of literacy and numeracy skills in vocational programs, examine challenges and strategies for achieving universal adult literacy and numeracy, and conduct longitudinal studies to track the long-term impact of interventions. Okay, the next, education for sustainable development and global citizenship, TDG 4.7 aims to ensure that all the learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development and global citizenship. The revised article contributes to various aspects of this target, such as promotion, culture, understanding, fostering global citizenship, and integrating sustainable development concept into curricula. Researchers explored the integration of outside modes, sensing data into school curricula, developed models for actualization psychological potential in children's health and recreation facilities, examined historical and pedagogical aspects of foreign language education, and proposed a learning environment for the Junior Academy of Science of Ukraine. Other studies focused on topics such as quantum informatics in school education, language education in Canada, the didactic potential of historical research, statistical educational reform, laboratory work methodology, artistic and creative activities, and the launch of the Educational Technology Quarterly Journal. While this study provides valuable insight, this is need for more comprehensive interdisciplinary research that directly examines pedagogical approach, curricula, and assessment frameworks, especially tailored to education for sustainable development and global citizenship. Additionally, more studies exploring the integration of this concept across diverse educational levels and contexts, particularly in developing countries, could provide valuable insight for achieving this critical SDG target. Okay. The next SDG 4.8 focus on building and upgrading evaluation facility, and there are child disability and gender sensitive that provide safe, non-violent, inclusive, effective learning environment for all. The revised article provides valuable insight into leverage technologies to enhance educational facilities and environment. Researchers designed a simulation of IT curriculum adapted to available facilities proposals via virtual laboratory via cloud computing for physics teacher training, examined cloud-based learning system and environments, and discussed the integration of cloud computing technology in Ukraine education system. Other study explores to use the augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, and extended reality technologies in education, investigated adult education in Ukraine, presented an adaptive learning environment, emphasized the importance of educational environments with electrical resources and personalized learning, and provide an overview of computer vision system in education. While the studies offer promising perspectives, several areas require future research, such as assessing the long-term impact and cost-effective of advanced technologies, exploring sustainable funding models, investigating the challenges and opportunity of integration technologies into exciting infrastructure, evaluating teacher training programs for leveraging advanced technologies, conducting comprehensive studies to identify best practice for inclusive learning environment, and exploring the potential of community-based initiatives in designing and maintaining educational facilities. The review did not identify any article directly addressing SDG target 4.B, which aims at sustainability, substantially expand the number of scholarships available to developing countries for enrollment in higher education, including vocational training, information and communication technology, technical engineering, and scientific programs. This reveals a critical gap in the literature that future research could help address. To adequately support SDG 4.B, studies could evaluate the impact and effectiveness of exciting scholarship programs, analyze policies and funding mechanisms aimed at expanding international education opportunity, explore the potential of virtual exchange programs and digital technologies to enable global classroom connections, examine barriers to international students' mobility, conduct comprehensive studies to identify best practice for promotion two-way mobility between developed and developing countries, assesses the impact of international scholarship initiatives on personal and professional growth, and investigate the role of international organizations, the public-private partnership in facilitating global education and training opportunities. Okay, the next is SDG 4.C, aims at sustainability, increase the supply of qualified teachers through international cooperation for teacher training in developing countries. The revised article provides valuable insight into various aspects of teacher training, professional development, and evaluation. Researchers evaluate distance learning for primary school teachers during the pandemic, revised blended learning for teacher training, mapped research applied long learning quality, proposed a framework for assessing the effectiveness of research, the academic staff's scientific activity, and identified pedagogical conditions for training STEM teachers to use augmented reality technologies. Other studies focused on training experts and leaders in distance learning, examined models of training system for future teachers, assessing the digital competence of Ukrainian teachers, investigate professional among social pedagogical workers, evaluation the efficiency of scientific and pedagogical research, and discussing the reform of the continuing teachers training system in Ukraine. While the studies contribute valuable insight, several areas future research to address SDG 4.3 comprehensively. Future studies could investigate the effectiveness of international partnership and exchange program in facilitating teacher capacity building, explore sustainable funding models, and incentive structures to attract and retain qualified teachers. Assess the impact of teachers training program on student learning outcomes, examine the role of community engagement in designing culturally relevant teachers training program, investigate the potential of leveraging technology for sensible professional development opportunities, conduct longitudinal studies to evaluate the long-term impact of teacher training initiatives and or career trajectories, and explore a strategy to foster a culture of lifelong learning and continuous professional growth among teachers. In conclusions, quality education in the bedrock for achieving the sustainable development goals and fostering a more equitable, prosperous, and sustainable world. This comprehensive review systematically analyzes 106 articles from the Educational Dimension Journal, meticulously categorize their relevance to SDG 4 targets and identify critical research gaps. The findings underscore the journal's valuable contribution while highlighting the pressing need the broader interdisciplinary and cross-contextual research collaboration. The reviewed article demonstrates commendable focus on leveraging emerging technologies, aligning curricula with the common needs, promotion inclusive education models, and building teachers' capacity. However, the analysis reveals significant research gaps across multiple SDG4 targets, such as early children education, scholarships, and education for sustainability development and global citizenship. Furthermore, the geographical diversity of the reviewed article is limited with a predominant focus of Ukraine. As the work continues to grapple with applicant challenges, the role of education is fostering resilience, adaptability, and sustainable development becomes increasingly pivotal. While Educational Dimension, as a newly established journal, has made promising contribution to the discourse on SDG 4, and a more extensive research agenda is implementing one that disciplinary boundaries and bridges devices context and foster global partnership. By addressing the critical research gaps identified in the review, the global community can inform evidence-based policy programs and international interventions that exchange educational access, the quality, and equip learners with the knowledge, skills, and competences necessary to navigate and increasingly complex work. Through such collaborative efforts, we can truly harness the transformative powers of educational and a catalyst for sustainable development, leaving no one behind on the path toward a more equilibrium, prosperous, and resilient future. Thank you for your attention, and we go to the end of our section, and now I invite you to turn the cameras for group photography. Please turn the cameras, all of us, for group photography. Please turn the cameras, all of us, yes. Natalia Dmitrenko, yes, I see you. Nina Критиш, Ірина Мінтій, Катерина Нестеренко, Остап Бодик, Оксана Кравчина, Олександр Шаригін, Muhammad Takwit Mahmoud, and Brovarny Eduard. Please turn the camera for group photography. Okay, I thank you all for our discussions today. I really thank you that you take a part of our conference. Many issues of educational technologies we decided today, yes, and fruitful discussion was held. We truly thank everyone who participated in our conference, and we invite you to participate in our next conference and workshop. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tatiana.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.